stop by for the Nintenbyte. You got the Triforce and it feels right. Like Bowser, you can listen all night, singing Peaches until the sun lights. Summer shooter beams so bright. Master Hand always brings a fight. Catch 'em all and use that fire blast. Put the soul back to visit your past. Welcome to the Nintenbyte.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast Season 2, I think Episode 5. We got a killer show for you today and some lovely special guests here. Got a full six-pack this week. Welcome in N64 Josh.
What's going on? I'm not the reason we're late. Yes, I am. I'm so sorry, everybody. It is my fault. But so glad to be back.
Just taking a nap.
All right. Give him a nice little cheer. How you doing, buddy? All right. Then we got John Ebo.
What's up? I'm glad to be back. Pumped.
Whoa.
Glad you're pumped. Gamer Classic.
What is up? The Birdman is here. Wasn't fired. And I'm ready to kick some ass.
There's still time.
Bye-bye.
There's still time.
Bye-bye.
Eric Moore.
Yep. How's it going?
There's times I want to reach over and just,
You know,
but I'm not
habits.
gonna do that. Thunderstash Gaming.
What's up? Busy week. Hope everyone's doing well.
And then your boy over here, Mr. Nintendo Prime. How you guys doing? All right, we got a packed show for you guys today. Some killer topics. We're gonna get into our topic roulette, and that'll let everyone know what the hell we're actually talking about today, because there's quite a bit. Let's go ahead with Eric. Which one do you want to take first, buddy?
Oh boy. I have it.
You have it? You're so ready.
No, I do have it here. Jesus.
Why? I just saw you
couldn't
click on
get to
3 tabs and you still weren't
I
there.
know.
Stop being a tab whore.
Yeah, right.
Bad.
Says the
real
king
bad.
of tab whores.
Dude,
Jesus.
Yeah, I've got a lot of tabs all the time. Probably like 70.
Let's go with is there still a Nintendo Direct happening this month? For Switch 1?
There we go. There we go. I know why you took that one. Has the least amount of notes. Maybe it's the easiest topic to run. I don't know. It's also an important topic, though.
It is.
All right. Gamebird Classic. What do you want, buddy?
Let's go with changes to the NSO that affect the Switch 2.
That was my second one.
That's a
I was
beefy
actually
topic,
almost gonna
too.
choose that one.
Yeah, likely story, pal.
No, I seriously was.
Well, I guess I will end up taking some interesting Switch 2 developments, which might even include a little bit of 120 FPS action. We'll get into that. It's going to be fun. Thunderstash. What are we doing, buddy? Because here's the thing, guys. Stash has never gone last. It's usually me. But you notice he's going last, which means maybe something special is going on. What are we doing?
Okay, so we're going to be doing, this is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. It's a Nintendo Switch 2 launch retrospective. So over the next 6 weeks, we're going to dive into all of the launch lineups of Nintendo's past consoles and handhelds, all leading up, of course, to the big reveal on April 2nd. And I'll talk more about it when it comes my turn.
Hope you guys are ready for that. We've never done any sort of retrospectives on the show, but yeah, that's what Stash brings to the table, baby. Brings the goods. All right, let's go ahead and get into our very first topic by Eric Moore. What are we doing?
We're talking about, do we think that there's still going to be a Nintendo Direct for Switch 1? As of today, we know there's nothing been announced from Nintendo, as they almost always pre-announce their directs. Next week, we do have Pokemon Day on the 27th, which is no shocker because it happens every year. And the Pokemon Company usually announces it this week. It's happening. Nintendo has never ran a direct the same week as Pokemon Day. While there are more games rumored to be coming, like Kirby, Planet Robot, or even Metroid Prime 2 and 3, technically Nintendo doesn't necessarily need a direct to announce those games. So, again, do we think that there is a Switch coming? Or a Switch coming? Yeah, no, there is. A direct coming for Switch 1, dedicated directly to the Switch 1, Or do we think we're done with the Switch 1 and we're going straight to Switch 2 stuff and never looking back?
All right. Yeah, if we hit the end game, I don't know.
Wall.
N64, Josh, what are you thinking, bud?
You know, we've had what are pretty trusty leakers saying that it's like they've reconfirmed with their sources that something's happening, and February has been a consistent month for Nintendo. I think probably the strangest thing is that we know of something coming in April. That's the monkey wrench in everything, right? But we also have Xenoblade is the only thing that we know of outside of Mario Kart at some point, but we don't even know when that's launching. So it's just everything feels so. I really thought today would be the day. With today, not because that would at least give them 2 days to say, hey, it's coming Friday, or we'll see you tomorrow night or something. But maybe there's a chance it still happens Friday and they just do a quick announcement on Thursday. But I hope they do. I'm really wanting to play Metroid Prime 2. Like, I really, really want there to be a direct, and here out now is Metroid Prime 2. And I'm on the team that really wants a full remaster of of both the other two games as well, because the first one was done so well. And so that's where, and I can already hear Johnny Bo saying, buy Metroid.
I bought Metroid, I've been buying all Metroid games recently. So I got Other M, Metroid Prime 2, 3, Metroid Prime 1 on GameCube. So yeah, buy Metroid.
There you go.
I knew it was coming.
Okay. All right. I'll throw a few cents in here. So one, I don't think there's a direct this month. I thought it was this week or bust. They've never done a direct on a Friday because like halfway through Friday, it's actually Saturday in Japan. So not that they couldn't do it early in the morning and have it still be Friday in Japan, but it's just something that Nintendo's never done. And of course, Nintendo's also never shadow dropped an announcement of a brand new generation of systems before. So Furukawa does do things differently. And yeah, it could be a Nintendo Direct Mini. Technically, they have shadow dropped Nintendo Direct Minis before without pre-announcing. They did it back in this generation, actually, March of 2020 or something like that. They shadow dropped a Nintendo Direct Mini. Now, that was obviously the year of COVID and everything, and a very weird year at that. But they still shadow dropped it, and we did actually, it ended up being actually a fairly big mini. Many people thought it was better than some general directs. It was actually kind of beefy. But that being said, that's like the only time this generation they've actually shadow dropped something. So could they do it again with a mini? They could, and that could be tomorrow. Today, we're not talking about it, but there were previews dropped for Xenoblade Chronicles today, X, and a lot of great stuff. A lot of new stuff learned, a lot of new footage. Game looks absolutely incredible, better than it's ever looked, and they've pretty much fixed every single complaint there ever was about the game. It looks like they did a lot more to that game than people expected. That being said, that might just be what they were going to do this week. Let that be the big thing, because that's obviously a pre-planned thing. There was NDAs around it. So they're giving that attention to Xenoblade. And I kind of feel like with the previews this week, and there being a Pokemon Presents or something next week, which was leaked by Niantic. Niantic got data mined, and they had a whoopsie in their code base saying that there was a Pokemon Presents on the 27th. Which, by the way, no one's really surprised. There's pretty much always a Pokemon Presents on Pokemon Day. So Nintendo not doing directs usually during the same week or ever during the same week as Pokemon Presents, combined with the fact that this week they decided, hey, we want previews, and they've known this. They want previews of this. I started to think about why we thought there was a Switch 1 Direct. One, obviously, because we've had February Directs, like 4, 5, 6 years running or whatever. No, I think 4 years running because then in 2020 it was March. But also because we've heard rumors about there still being Switch 1 games out there. So that kind of plays a role in all of this, and people wanting, people just wanting there to be a direct for that, for like Kirby Planet Robobot. And then we've heard about they might be bringing an old IP back. That's beloved, but it's a new game, and it's like their last kind of new game they're going to put on there. We need dates for Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Legends EA, they could just show next week at Pokemon Presents. They don't technically need the direct for that. But I sit back and I think, like, we only really had two sources on there being a direct. One was PH Brazil, who, yes, has a pretty good track record with this stuff, especially with directs. But, you know, he clarified, was it last week, I believe, that as of last week at the time, like back in August, because one of his sources for the two direct thing in August was the same source for this month. But he said, but to be transparent with you guys, by this time, which was about a week before those two directs, he had another source. So he had double source confirmation on it. This time it was just the one. And he was being transparent now. So he's like, maybe there's a direct, maybe there's not. It's the same source, but I don't have anyone else telling me it's happening. Then you had Jeff Grubb come out, and that kind of felt like, oh, there's your second source confirmation, right? He came out last week and said he knew people that were telling him, oh, no, there's a direct happening. So the way I kind of look at this as is I literally do not think there's a chance in hell there's a direct next week. Pokemon always gets the spotlight on Pokemon Day and Pokemon Week. It is one of Nintendo's largest IPs. They take the thunder, right? And ZA is going to be a huge thing next week. Like, we're going to see Legends ZA on the 27th, and it's going to be awesome. And I can't wait. We will be live reacting that right on my channel. I'm sure other people will be live reacting to it as well. It's going to be an incredible thing. But with that being the case next week, and then this week they did the previews, the only real shot is for me a shadow drop tomorrow, or it's not this month. And I just don't think they're going to do that, because then it literally just rips all the attention away from all the previews they dropped today. And I think they're going to let those previews marinate, because that is the next game they have releasing. Now, does that mean the direct couldn't have got pushed and maybe it's in March? Sure. There's nothing really going on in March until the 20th when Xenoblade comes out. But I kind of think that, as N64 Josh brought up, we are in uncharted territory, because Nintendo's already announced the direct. It's happening on April 2nd. It literally is like they've already announced the direct. So, like, we've never been in a situation where they've announced the direct and then they've still slipped another direct in before that one. So what does that say for Jeff Grubb? Well, Jeff Grubb, you know, he's been kind of wishy-washy. Sometimes his Nintendo sources haven't always been the most reliable. He admitted they're third-party companies, so we know for sure that that's not from Nintendo. PH Brazil's source appears to be third-party as well. And maybe those third parties were told that their games would be in a direct. That's possible. And maybe there is a third-party direct still coming. But I also think that when you get your information from third parties, and I have third-party developer friends as well, they don't actually control what Nintendo does. So maybe there was a plan a month, 2 months ago to do a Switch 1 Direct. And Nintendo just kind of decided, you know what, we're not going to do it. Because we dropped the Switch 2 teaser. Because maybe there's still people out there that think maybe Nintendo was never planning to put the Switch 2 teaser in January. That maybe they were planning to do it in March, closer to when the Direct was going to be. So the fact that some people feel like, and we'll never get confirmation on this unless Nintendo gets hacked, that they put the Switch 2 teaser out in January because of all those factory leaks, and we're starting to get real images of the console. And Nintendo's like, let's take back control of the narrative. Right? Let's just show people, let's take control of the narrative. If that was the case, that could have changed everything, because there could have probably been a Switch 1 Direct, because we wouldn't know about the April one yet, in February. And then they would tease the Switch 2 in March, and then we get the big reveal on the 2nd of April. So I kind of feel like maybe that's what happened. And I know people are going to be like, well, Nate, you're just trying to defend these insiders. And I'm like, sure, you could argue that, but I've also been in this industry a long time, and I've seen, I've heard, I've talked to developers. Nintendo and all of these companies are constantly shifting things around. And so I do believe that there probably was a plan at some point for there to be a Direct this month, and now it's probably not happening. And that kind of sucks, because, guys, that means the last dedicated Switch 1 Direct was June of last year. June.
That's crazy.
It's been 8 months since we saw Metroid. Like, that alone was going to get
like that
for a Switch 1 Direct. But this is just my take, of course. And come to find out today, guys, I'm going to be kind of on the negative side of a lot of takes today. Sorry, Game Bird. I thought you were the villain, not me. But
Well, maybe we both are.
well, why don't you go, buddy? What are you thinking about direct or not?
I've been 50-50 on this direct pretty much the whole time. Part of me felt like, yeah, the Switch era is coming to a close, but Nintendo stated that, they want to, with the size of the player base, they want to continue to support the console for a little while. Generally, with Nintendo consoles, they fizzle out kind of a while before we get the next big thing. And I think the Switch has done a remarkable job of continuing, even though a lot of it's been more AA software than AAA. They've done a really good job at keeping their months kind of packed with goodies. So for this one, it's like, well, they have the big direct coming in April 2nd, and they generally let their consoles fizzle out. But the Switch base is massive, and they've already stated they want to continue to support it for a while. I was stuck in the middle. Now, that being said, I think I mentioned a few podcasts back that, this could be anything. This could be a regular direct. It could be an indie, one of their indie world showcases. It could be a partner showcase. We just don't know. I think it's possible that we get a direct next week, especially if it's Nindy related or partner showcase related. Less likely if it's an actual full-size direct, like a lot of us did speculate. And I agree. If it's not happening next week, I don't think we're getting anything. And even with that, I think the Switch is having an incredible last hurrah. But I don't know. Again, it kind of made sense. It kind of didn't make sense. I've landed in the middle. I wouldn't rule out next week. A lot of people like to make up rules with Nintendo, but I gotta say, when it comes to rules or precedent, Microsoft and Sony are pretty easy to follow. Nintendo, it's anyone's game because they really are the kings of left field and throwing curveballs at you. They'll do things a certain way, and then at the drop of the dime, they're like, "Oh, now we announce games on Twitter." New Paper Mario dropped on Twitter, and it releases next month. We're dropping out of E3. We're doing digital showcase. Everyone thinking it's nuts. People thinking that decision meant that Nintendo lacked confidence and was no longer prepared to move into the next generation. So it's hard to say. I wouldn't bank on a direct, but I don't think it's out of the question. I know it's the safe play, but I am still kind of 50-50. I'd say 20% chance, or actually less. I'd say 10% chance we get a full-size direct, but I'm 50-50 on like a mini showcase or an indie showcase.
Can I throw something in the mix here?
No.
Mix it up.
Well, so let's say there's no direct until April, okay? And then I think we're all going to probably assume that there's going to be some kind of a June direct. But do we think that going forward, directs are only going to be Switch 2 related when we still know that like we got Prime 4 that they've been saying that Switch 1 all along, probably still going to be. I lean towards them supporting Switch 1 for probably another 2 years with remakes and 3DS remakes and I assume Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, again, just the big assumptions. But then, if Kirby Planet Robobot's a real thing, like, why not keep feeding that base, that massive fan base? And then so come June, I think the other aspect of everything getting so interesting is that we are going to have massive third-party games on Switch 2 now as well. So it's like, do they still need to push Switch 1? I don't really know, and I just go back to it being such uncharted waters. It's exciting to watch, and I think they're gonna do a fantastic job with it. But if we got this February direct, I think we would all feel like we have a few more answers from them right now, and everything seems somewhat just like we're just in the hurry up and wait mode.
I feel like it's weird if they just kind of drop support on the Switch base. I mean, you got 150 million consoles out there. We don't know what the actual player base is, but not everybody that owns a Switch is going to convert to a Switch 2 right away. So they still need to give them something. And I got to believe, man, that February Direct is happening. We've had it for like 4 or 5 years. And I was comically wrong last year about them not having any new games.
Yeah.
So I'm not making the bet that we're getting a February Direct, but like we're
I
getting
can
a
smell
February
the milk
Direct.
from here.
Yeah, exactly. It was not pretty. But I was very wrong. So I'm going to be positive this year. We're getting a February Direct. We're getting a Shadow Dropper Prime 2 and 3. We're getting Robobot March 7th. They're dropping all of these in March.
Damn.
And Metroid Prime Beyond in April. You know, it's just going to be a big we're getting all this stuff right off the bat. And it's also weird if we don't see another Nintendo Direct. The end of their fiscal year is coming up, and for them to just kind of fizzle out to end their fiscal year is kind of like.
I mean, to be fair, 2 days after the end is Switch 2.
Yeah, but I mean, those numbers don't go into their fiscal year report.
Yeah, but their fiscal year. So their last report that they had, right? It was actually bad. Everything was down again. They missed all their projections, and despite that, their stock went up because nobody cares about this fiscal year anymore. It's all about Switch 2 now for next fiscal year. Like that's for the investors. Like Nintendo already pre-announced April 2nd. So the fact that Nintendo actually had a bad fiscal report and their stock went up, that just means that investors already know it ain't about right this year anymore. And even Nintendo kind of like, hey, all the questions from all the investors are all Switch 2. They're not even about Switch anymore. So I kind of feel like investors have sort of moved on beyond this fiscal year. It's because of Nintendo. They gave us a date. They told us April 2nd. Like if we didn't know April 2nd, then I think the stock would have went down. But I think investors are kind of already prepared. Nintendo sort of told them the numbers are down. Here's our new projections. We're barely selling over 10 million this fiscal year.
They got some pretty nice projections too for that first year of Switch 2, which I'm sure is gonna.
Oh yeah. The projections for the first year of Switch 2
give
are
some
probably really making the investors confident. 19 to 24 million. Oh, that'd be a record.
Wild.
That'd be
My last point, which I'm surprised Josh didn't bring this up. It's we got Mario Day coming up in 2 weeks.
Yeah, they could do something on that day. I do.
And it's the 40th anniversary.
Yes.
So
yeah,
Mario
I think
40
all that day. I don't think it's gonna be like a full direct. Like if they do nothing in February, then okay, Mario Day, March 10th. I think something could happen. It'll just be Mario announcements. Maybe that's also why there's possibly no direct. They could just have like a mini Mario thing. And it could be like, hey, we're gonna do Mario 40 now, and we're gonna give you Galaxy 2 finally, and
new Super Mario Brothers All-Stars.
And hey, they could even tease something like, stay tuned. We are announcing the next 3D Mario April 2nd. Blah, blah, blah. Build even more hype for that because technically we're assuming that's going to be there. Nintendo didn't tell us it would be. So,
or Mario movie.
News. The Mario movie trailer. Yep, that could be a thing.
Yeah.
I want to real quick just kind of echo something that N64 Josh said, because I definitely agree with him. I think that it's likely that the Switch is going to get supported for a couple years. And I think it'll be really interesting to see kind of what they've got going with the Switch 2, because again, we don't know if there's going to be some sort of DLSS upscaling for Switch 1 games or some sort of like natural upgrade that happens. And if that's the case, I think that'll give a lot of perspective into like they can totally announce games for Switch 1 in Switch 2 Directs going forward and be like, hey, this game's coming to Switch 1, and it's being upscaled. If you have a Switch 2, you're going to be able to play it in 4K, 60 frames or whatever. So, and I kind of look at the Switch like the PlayStation 2 where it just does these God numbers. and is going to get support for a long time, just like PS2 did. Except I see Nintendo doing a lot better. They already have than Sony did with PS3, because I know Switch 2 ain't going to be $600, and already know it has backwards compatibility with the Switch 1. So
I don't know. $600 might be possible. Get a second job.
Yeah. I think Sony really showed them what not to do. Sony and Xbox showed them what not to do this generation of like, you can't have your early adopters play your old game, like play games built for your old machine. Like, it's not like, if I was a big Sony fan, I would not be buying the PlayStation 6 at launch if I could play all those games on my PS5. Like, I just don't see the reason for it. And so I really do think they lean it. They've kind of shown their hand, I think, a little bit with 3DS games, because, you know, Donkey Kong, Luigi, Monster Hunter Generations, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition is technically a 3DS game also,
Sure.
right? And so there's a lot that they can pull from there. And, you know, and like Johnny said, he can't believe I forgot I mentioned it. Yeah, the 40th anniversary, like, if you look back at the 35th anniversary direct, that was huge. There was multiple game announcements, the Game & Watch, you know, Mario 35, the Mario All-Stars added to NSO, like, but they also they moved that from March to September.
Was late, wasn't it?
Because
That's
of COVID.
Right.
So they ended up moving it. So they may do the same thing. They may say, hey, we're not celebrating Mario's 40th until September, to give it room to breathe. Because right now it just feels like there's so much. Like,
Yeah.
we would have information overload, it feels like. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might just be wanting to make room for Switch 2. Like,
Well, Stash, what are you thinking over there?
You know, I still have hope for a Nintendo Direct this month. I go back and forth in thinking that if we don't have a Direct this month, so then you got to say, okay, well, what about March? And I say that because I really believe you got to have a Switch 1 Direct before the Switch 2 Direct. Because if you do it after, I really think it's going to get buried. It's going to get lost. People are going to be focused on Switch 2, the Switch 2 launch games. They're going to be excited for that. So I feel like it would be a lot better to have it before. Then, of course, if we look at the calendar, right? We have Xenoblade March 20th. And again, new information came out about that game. I think it was today. Is that right? Was it today or yesterday? They had some new info. And with that info dropping, it's like, okay, maybe they're getting that out of the way so they can focus on other stuff at a Switch 1 Direct. But then at the same time, I look at it this way as well, is that you could have a Twitter Direct too. You really could. It all depends on what you have. But if we go back and we think about how Nintendo talked with a bunch of third parties and said, hey, we need a bunch of remasters for Switch 1 to fill out the calendar, to continue to support the Switch 1. They got to have somewhere to show those. And have we really seen any from third parties? We haven't seen much of anything as far as remasters go from third parties for Switch 1. So I look at that too. It's like they need somewhere to show all these games. And I got to believe that if Nintendo is requesting this from third parties specifically, that there might be a little bit of a favor as well that Nintendo's giving them. Like, hey, if you guys work on these remasters for us, we'll get you in on the next Nintendo Direct to show these remasters because you're helping us out to keep the Switch 1 afloat. So there's just so many angles you can go here. But bottom line, they got to fill out that release calendar. And I think it's better to do it before Switch 2 because again, it's probably gonna get buried. So I think if they had a Switch 1 only direct, some people would tune in to see like what Switch 1 games they could play on Switch 2. But also I think if you have the Switch 2 direct, right, in April, and then say you have a Switch 1 direct after, that's gonna send mixed messaging to the consumer. Like I thought we were focused on Switch 2. Why are they doing a Switch 1 direct now too? Is this still relevant? Should I maybe just get a Switch 1? You know, like if I'm not a Switch owner and I see that, you know, should I just get my kids a Switch 1? I thought Switch 2 is coming out. Is it not coming out anymore? Do people start getting confused? And you know how easy the general consumer gets confused when it comes to video games. So I think having it after is probably not the best from a marketing standpoint. And then again, I'm going to say this a million times, but Metroid Prime 2 and 3, you got to get those out the door ASAP. So again, it could be a Twitter thing, but don't you want to give Metroid Prime 2 and 3 a little bit more of a spotlight to help build for Metroid Prime 4?
Nobody buys them anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, but I know, I'm with you, man. But if they want to change things, they got to swing for the fences here. They really do. And so that's kind of where I'm at. Like, hey, yeah, it's the 19th. It's a short month. We got Pokemon Presents coming up. But hey, anything can happen. Nintendo can do whatever they want. And they will do whatever they want. They're not influenced by their shareholders. They do whatever they want, man. They make the rules. They change the rules.
Yeah.
They break their own rules. So, yeah, that's why I don't give up hope. So we'll see what happens.
I had a random thought that I just want to plug really quick that came between you talking about Metroid Prime 2 and 3 and John Ebo kind of saying no one buys it anyways. You know what would have been really nice for that reveal of the Prime 1 remaster on Switch is if they kind of do the thing that they do with certain movies or sequels or, you know, a movie being done by a director who's super acclaimed, is if they'd start incorporating with some of those not great sellers, but critical darlings. They could have shown all the reviews from back in the day when that guy, you know, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10, you know, the critical darling from, you know, the GameCube is back and it's, you know, it's showing all the critical praise. There's a lot of people who have just never heard of Metroid Prime, a lot of young gamers. And I don't know. I feel like does a lot more that eye candy to be like, oh, what is this? I've never even heard of it.
You know, Samish from Super Smash Brothers. Well, this is the game she's from.
Yeah. Like just people being like, because they even did it for like Breath of the Wild, which doesn't need the game that got over 200 10 out of 10s, and they've done it for Elden Ring. But like some of those other games that were, like I said, that were critical darlings that just don't sell well, hype it up, let people know critics love this crap,
or listen to me and just buy it anyway. Yeah.
Or that, yeah, that's reasonable.
She was almost in Fortnite. It would have moved so many copies of Metro.
Yeah, would have.
Nintendo, come on. What are you doing?
So sad.
Come on, Nintendo.
She could have been Jonesy on everybody else's console, you know.
Yeah, well,
I'm surprised that they didn't get a deal with Fall Guys as well and just have like the shop with all the Nintendo costumes for the Fall Guys when that was super big. I feel like that would have been no-brainer.
So they did it for Rocket League, but you could only see the Samus car on Nintendo.
Yep.
And that's what they wanted to do with Fortnite. And I'm assuming Fall Guys had a similar deal. And I don't get it. I mean, I don't know. Just let the people. Like, it's fun to have a crossover.
Yo, are we in an episode of Black Mirror right now? Why are we seeing Eric move around on Nintendo Prime's camera and he's still on the screen here?
Yeah.
It's a clone.
Yeah. Well, okay. So for those listening to the audio version, it really doesn't make a difference. But everyone who's watching live, watching the video version. So we have capture card issues around here. It's already known. So like I'm full replacing all 4 capture cards I use in my setup, but I can't replace them until YouTube payday comes, which is next week for me. So yeah, it is what it is. Eric gets the crappy one that doesn't like to work, that was sent to me for free from China. Literally, there's a reason I never went forward with the video on it. It's great for putting your laptop on screen, not anything else. It can't handle any actual bandwidth.
Yeah. So, it is what it is.
It's life. Well, after next week, I only have one more week of dealing with it. We'll see. I might try it. Yeah, it'll probably be one more week because I know on my luck, I'll get paid like on the 28th. Anyway, I'm only guaranteed the paycheck by the final day of the month. Gosh knows it'll be the final day of the month. I hope not. I'd like to get it ordered on Monday.
Yeah.
At least one in for him, and then I'll take care of the rest later. All right. That being said, I think we're pretty good on this stuff. Besides Eric,
Yes.
what are your thoughts?
Yeah.
It's your topic.
Yeah, I know.
What are your thoughts?
No. Let's see here. I think you said something about the Pokemon Presents and how it always gets its own week. I mean, Pokemon fans are crazy enough that at this point in time, Nintendo may say, screw it. They're gonna watch it no matter what. So what I'm actually thinking they're gonna possibly do would be a really weird combination of things. It's gonna be a Nintendo Mini, a partnership showcase, and introducing the Nintendo Direct micro. So 20 minutes of your mini direct, 20 minutes of your partner showcase, and then a 20 minutes of Nintendo's own things coming to Switch 1. And then it'll take up an hour, because your normal directs are about 45 minutes to an hour normally, right?
Normal directs are like 35 to 40.
Like 40.
Yeah. Minis are like 20. Partner showcases are kind of all over the place.
Yeah. So I think with your mini, your partner showcase, and then you introduce the micro direct, which is Nintendo's own version of mini, not their partnership mini. I think that could be something that they could do next week, Tuesday, and still not overshadow the Pokemon Day and Pokemon Presents. So and that's kind of what I'm thinking might happen, just because then it gives you kind of an update on everything that's kind of going on to kind of wrap up Switch 1 in a nice little neat bow. And, I think you kind of just leave it at that.
There you go. See, I like that there's hope on this show because I'm a Debbie Downer. I put out the tweet this morning. I'm like, all right, guys, I'm finally out. Don't worry about it. Because my people who watch my channel know, like when I'm really, really confident a direct is happening, what video do I put up every Sunday? A Nintendo Direct will be this week. I was not confident at all because all the insiders weren't in agreement. One in particular, when Nate the Hate has heard nothing, it's silence out here for him. I'm like, oh man, he's not even hearing anything. Not even a whisper. It's crickets. All right, I don't know. And this is again not me. PH Brazil and Jeff Grubb, they're great and they have real sources, and I trust that. But what if the sources were indie studios? Then maybe we're talking about an indie world, not really a direct. And I can see an indie world. Indie worlds can happen anytime. I mean, they're not. Let's be honest. They can happen anytime. And I know some people want to believe there's an indie world because there were some shenanigans with Silk Song this week, where the listing vanished for a few hours, then came back. By the way, it's like the 6th time it's happened in the last 5 years that the listing just went off the eShop and then came back. And literally everyone thought that meant it was about to be announced. And nothing happened. So, to be fair, though, to Silk Song developers, they have been teasing some stuff on social media about how they're almost done with the game. But then I think they said that back when it was supposed to come out with 12 months of that Xbox event.
So, in no world does Silk Song get announced in a Nintendo Indie Direct. That game is like, I feel like Hollow Knight's kind of transcended your Indie Direct. That is something I'd expect to see in a full-size Direct or a State of Play or one of Xbox's showcases. I don't think that game would ever land in a Nindy.
Well, it's going to be on Game Pass. They already announced that. So, I can see maybe Xbox handles the announcement. We'll see. There's supposed to be more stuff coming. Supposedly some Xbox games coming to PlayStation 5 that weren't even in the direct that they did. So there's more stuff coming. And look, obviously we got June coming up and Phil Spencer talking all wild. We'll get to that a bit later. But man, I'm just happy that, there are some people that have the faith, even when I don't, because I am so out on a direct this month entirely.
I need some good news, man. It's been a little rough.
Well, here's the good news. No matter what, there's a Pokemon Presents next week, and we're probably seeing Legends EA. And to be fair, we've never actually seen the actual game. So it will be like a gameplay reveal, I hope. Please. Don't give me another teaser on a story concept with drawings on the screen. I need to see the game. It's coming. It's a 2025 game. It's 2025. Can I see the game, please?
That'd be too easy.
Yeah. And now I can't even read the chat, dude. There's tech issues out the ass over here. YouTube hates me right now. That's all right. I'll figure it out. That being said, I got the little monkey wrench thing where it says something went wrong. I'm like, oh, thanks. You're not telling me what went wrong, but thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get into our second topic. Was that Gamebird?
That was me.
Oh, my memory.
One and only.
What are we talking about?
All right. So we've got some big changes coming to NSO. A couple. Good changes? No. Bad changes?
Good
changes? So.
No.
So Nintendo has announced that effective March 24th of this year, around 9:30 p.m., give or take, the NSO rewards program known as Gold Points will be coming to an end. And this is like, right off there's more to this topic, but this is a huge bummer. I'm just going to say it. The rewards points, when you make a purchase on the eShop, you get gold points back. And it's basically cash back to put towards your next purchases on the eShop. It's rad. I mostly buy physical, but obviously there is a ton of indie games that don't come out with physical editions. I mostly do purchases digitally for those indies, and I stash up the points. And then, sometimes I got $15 sitting on my eShop account. But anyways, that one's coming to an end. So any games that you purchase after that, digitally or physically, are not going to reward you with any gold points. However, that is not the only change that's coming to the NSO. The other one is vouchers. Specifically, the reward vouchers where you buy 2 games and you basically get $10 off each game. Really cool reward for digital purchases. This one doesn't specifically affect me since I mostly buy physical, but still, this is a big loss. And if I understand correctly, this doesn't pertain to Switch 1. This is specifically for Switch 2. Is that correct, Nate?
Yep, it's on screen. Yep. The vouchers are staying with 1. They will not apply to Switch 2.
So, big news. Huge bummer, because these are both great little reward incentives for being a Switch Online subscriber, especially if you don't really use their NSO services as far as the Super Nintendo games, NES games, Game Boy, etc., or you don't do much online gaming, and you get to collect these little, rewards. So my question for you guys is, how do you feel about this change? And more importantly, we already know where Nate kind of stands, but I do want to hear more of his thoughts fleshed out. How do you think this affects Switch 2? Because we already know these won't be there. Is there a replacement? Is Nintendo just doing away with them? I want to know your thoughts. Let's start with Nate, because he already had a pretty strong opinion early on.
So here's the deal. Obviously, I don't know what Nintendo is going to do. None of us do, unless one of you are hiding that you're a secret Nintendo employee or you have an uncle there. as far as I'm aware, that's nobody on this show. But then again, John Nebo is celebrating a Super Bowl victory this year. So, maybe he knows someone on the staff that knows someone that knows someone. And next thing you know, he's connected to Doug Bowser.
I do know where Jalen Hurts lives. That sounded really creepy, but I do know where he lives.
I tell you right now, I officially do not know where any major athlete lives, and I don't want to know. That being said, unless they invite me to a house party, then I'm cool. I'm cool with that.
Don't ask me how I know, but
yeah, I don't want to know how you know. Little damn, someone's been doing some Google image searches and out in the satellites. That being said, so my thoughts are generally this. One, this really sucks. I don't think, at least at the moment, I don't think there's any way to spin this as a positive. They're removing features from NSO, one feature in particular, and then the other one just doesn't apply to Switch 2. This is nothing but bad news. Because these are things that are part of NSO, they're part of your subscription. And it was a really nice cashback rewards program. And a lot of places have this. All your stores have it with their credit cards. Technically, Xbox has it, but it's really bad. It's so bad that no one ever talks about it because you got to spend so much money to even get $1. I don't even know why they bother. No, literally nobody is subscribed to Xbox Game Pass, guys, for your cashback rewards program of like 0.5% or whatever. It's really bad. It's not good. I've spent enough on their. I bought like 2 games in their digital eShop, and I was told if I spend another $120, I'll finally have $1.25 to spend. I'm like, holy shit! Like, this is bad. Nobody cares. Xbox, don't even tell me. It's an insult to tell me that I'm almost to $1.25 after spending a couple $100. Anyways, so so let's just start there. It's bad news. We could try to spin it to good, but spinning it to good requires making assumptions of something happening. And those assumptions are that Nintendo will replace these programs on Switch 2 with something new that also is like a cashback rewards program. Or, like the current vouchers won't apply because they're going to have new vouchers. And the new vouchers are going to be $120 because games are going to jump to $70. So you're still going to save $10 per. But obviously the current vouchers are $100. So of course those ones wouldn't apply. Sure. These are all possibilities. But I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I think Nintendo is just doing away with these programs entirely. And I'm going to go a step further. The reason the vouchers aren't going to go away yet for Switch 1 is because why would they? The Switch 1 game prices are coming down. Someone's going to buy those vouchers a year from now, and none of the Nintendo games are going to be $60. They're all going to be $50 or less. So you're actually not saving any money. You might be actually spending more. So why would Nintendo get rid of a voucher program that for Switch 1 that could ultimately end up kind of screwing people over if they still keep buying it thinking it's a good deal a year from now? I'm talking about a year from now, not right now. There's still going to be like Legends EA and Metroid Prime 4 will probably be part of the voucher program digitally. So like there's still a reason to buy a voucher right now. And that's because most first-party Nintendo games are part of the system. That being said, I remind myself of the fact that Nintendo is a for-profit company. And they make a lot of anti-consumer decisions at times. And as do all for-profit companies, because they're all trying to maximize their profits and their margins. This cashback program is something Nintendo has never done before. Sure, they had the Club Nintendo. That wasn't a cashback program. Okay, that was a rewards program. And they still have that reward. You still get platinum points. They're not getting rid of platinum points. Now, there's very few physical items you can ever get with platinum points. It's mostly avatars and digital stuff. But that program's still going to exist. They're not getting rid of it. They actually clarify that we're not getting rid of platinum points. You can still earn platinum points. You can still use it on NSO, still use it on Switch 2, all that. Great. I think that the one generation Nintendo offered multiple, like the cashback program and then the digital savings program was a little bit sneaky. So the cashback program has been part of NSO from the very beginning. NSO is Nintendo's first ever subscription service. Okay. They've never had one before. Also, Nintendo was entering a generation coming off their worst ever generation. Wii U, 3DS combined, worst generation Nintendo's ever had. Okay. They were in the red, crying out loud, for like at least one of the years for sure. And there was another year that it was either in the red or like just above. Not a good year for a business. You never want to be just above. So Nintendo was coming off their worst gen. So they needed to do things to convince consumers like crazy. Like, hey, you need to buy our system. You need to get into our new subscription service. You need to do this and do that. So we're going to do a cashback program to try to convince people to get NSO, because we think that we will make more money off of NSO than you're going to get back in your savings, right? Fine. That was probably true back in 2018. The voucher program came much later. And the voucher program, despite it being really good for consumers, also sort of has this sneaky undertone of pushing digital sales. Hey, why buy the physical game? Why buy physical Tears of the Kingdom day one for $70 and Pikmin 4 day one physically for $60 when you can buy a voucher and save $30 and get both those games for cheaper? It's kind of a sneaky program to push digital sales, which make Nintendo better margins. That being said, it doesn't look like the voucher program worked to increase digital sales. It's still roughly 50-50 at Nintendo. It didn't really change all that much. So since it's not changing all that much, Nintendo probably feels like there's no reason to keep offering discounts and make less money digitally because it didn't change much. The cashback program, well, here's the thing. The last few years, if you look at Nintendo's financials, their NSO subscriber count has just sat there at 34 mil. They can't seem to get it to go higher, which means whatever they're doing currently with NSO is not convincing more people to subscribe. That would include things like a cashback program is not convincing people to subscribe to NSO. It is not a sales point for them. Now, there is cashback on physical. Some physical games, you get 1%. And to correct something Gamer Classic said, any physical game that releases after March 24th, those don't count for the program. But if you bought like Xenoblade Chronicles X on March 19th, 2025, and that day registered it, you would get your 1% points for that. That's like the last game Nintendo has coming out before that cutoff date. So anyway, it's just one game to worry about. They're letting you redeem it still for a year after release. So like Echoes of Wisdom, you'll still be able, if you buy a physical copy, like, you know, in May, you can still get your 1% back on physical for that. But digital cuts off right away. That just straight up cuts off right away. So my stance is that Nintendo is just, they're in a different position. They're living in a different world. They're on top of the world. 150 million units, nearly 1.4 billion software sales. Why offer consumers a chance to save money when we could just make more by not giving them discounts? And I know some people will argue they bought more games because of it. I'm not arguing anyone's individual situation. I bought some indie games I would have never bought because of gold points. That's awesome. But Nintendo only makes 30% of those indie game sales. So when you bought that $10 game, Nintendo made $3, right? Versus selling their own games. You might have, that $3 you got was basically what they gave you for buying a $60 game. They could just keep those $3 and not give you that discount. And they make the same money. Now, Nintendo's got a lot of when we talk about the monetary situations at Nintendo, they have a lot of accountants behind this stuff that crunch the numbers and tell Nintendo if it's worth keeping programs around, or if we would basically, if these people didn't use these points, would we basically make the same money? And they probably crunched the numbers and it looked like, yeah, we basically make the same money. So why are we offering this? In fact, maybe we're losing a little money that we wouldn't lose otherwise, especially when, you know, some games are going up in price. So I feel like Nintendo's just, we're the market leader. We're more popular than ever. We're selling games like crazy. We're about to launch a new platform. We're not going to offer this on the new platform because the bottom line is we don't need to. We're going to sell 19 to 24 million units without these programs. We're going to sell 100, 200, 300 million games year one without these programs. We don't, well, I shouldn't say 100, 200, 300. That's a little crazy. That'd be an insane attach ratio of video games in year one. But my point is they're going to sell a lot of copies of a lot of stuff. And they want to maximize the money. Nintendo's no longer trying to convince consumers to like buy into their platform and buy their games. That was this generation. That was Switch. They're not doing that anymore. Now what they want to do, I do think they do want to increase NSO subscribers, but clearly they don't think this program's helping do that. So, you know, I asked this on one of my live streams the other day, like, hey, how many people, when this program is cut, the gold points, right? They cut it, are ending your NSO subscription? Almost nobody. Because most of us are subscribed for one of two reasons: to play games online or for the classic library. That's like the two big reasons that people are subscribed. So if you want to get more people to subscribe that don't care about those two things, you got to offer features they want. As an example, messaging friends. You lock that behind NSO. I think that's shitty to lock it behind a subscription service, but hey, right now we don't have it at all. People might pay for that to message their friends and set up play sessions. Voice chat, local voice chat. You can lock that behind there. And so many other features. Like I'm just talking about like basic features other systems just have built into their core system. You could have something like PlayStation has, like a gameplay assist system. You can have something like that in play where you can hop into a friend's game and help them out if they're stuck in a level or something. So there's a lot of things they could do. I'm just throwing out ideas because these are things that already exist in the industry. But those are coming from platforms that have way more subscribers to their services than Nintendo does. So I just think Nintendo's being greedy. I think anyone who thinks otherwise, and this is no offense to anyone on this show that thinks otherwise, I think maybe making excuses for Nintendo might be a little bit of fanboyism coming out. And it's okay. I'm called a fanboy every day. So I am being critical of Nintendo, but I'm a fanboy. I just will say this, before I pass it off. I love Nintendo's stuff. They may have a lot of good stuff. I was buying their products before these programs exist. I'll buy them after, as long as they keep making games I want to play. And it sucks, and this is shitty. And I'm sorry if I'm right, and Nintendo is just being really corporate greedy right now. But we've seen PlayStation do it. We've seen Xbox do it. We've seen Nintendo do it. When you're on top of the world, you tend to make decisions to maximize revenue because you can. And I think in this case, if I am right, Nintendo will get away with it. And I say get away with it because when this story broke, the amount of people I saw that didn't even know these were things you could do.
Yes.
Like, it was kind of eye-opening because it's advertised on every physical copy. They advertise it on the eShop. Well, to be fair, advertising the eShop doesn't fucking matter because the eShop sucks ass. But it's on all the eShop cards you can buy at the store. Like, Nintendo put this gold point system in front of people very obviously, and people still didn't know. So if like a majority of people didn't know, in the end, it probably wasn't that effective in the first place. So that's why what I'm saying, like it's evil because they're maximizing money, but also it wasn't really that widely used. And Nintendo would know exactly how widely used it was because they would have all the statistics on the eShop for it. So
well, they know they're going to get more money from me now. I use vouchers all the time. I have one I still have one. I'm waiting for Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Yeah,
but yeah, I buy a lot of digital. Like most of my stuff is digital. I have been buying physical, so now I double dip. So now they're gonna get these extra $10 from me, or $20, whatever it is, and then I also will buy the physical game. I disagree that they're not going to have something moving forward. It's weird that they are stopping the gold points for Switch 1, or they're stopping it just together. I'm assuming they're doing that because Switch 2 is backwards compatible, so they don't want you to like go to the Switch 1 eShop, get gold points, and
I think they're going to end up using the same eShop. They might be revamped like the application for it, but it's fully backwards compatible. So I kind of feel like the digital shop's going to be like the same.
Yeah,
so
I just don't
separate it out. I
just don't understand why they're stopping gold points, but they're not stopping vouchers for Switch 1. So I think the vouchers will come back, maybe not right away, but I think they'll come back at a higher price because the Switch 1 vouchers weren't there for like years. They and then they tested them for like a month, then they disappeared for another couple of years, and then they came back.
Yeah. Actually, what you said just made me think of something that I wasn't thinking about before. Because you said, why are they canceling the gold points and not the vouchers? Well, they're not canceling the platinum points, right? You'll still be able to use that even on Switch 2. I think it's the way the systems are set up. With the vouchers, not every single Nintendo first-party game counts for the vouchers. So the vouchers aren't set up as this automatic thing that applies to all games. So Nintendo can individually say, hey, when we release this game, no. They have like a checkbox or whatever. No, doesn't apply to the voucher. Can't use the voucher. But they can't do anything about the points because the points are literally built into NSO and built into the eShop. So the only way to stop gold points on Switch 2 is to get rid of it. So I think it's literally a Switch 2 decision. Like the only way to get rid of it is they have to disable it. They can't just keep it enabled for Switch 1 because they can't turn it off then at all for Switch 2. So that I wasn't even thinking about that until you brought it up, and I was like, oh, you know what? I bet you it's just how they built the system.
Yeah, that makes sense because platinum points aren't earned the same way. They're earned like through other apps or playing
Missions
through the NSO app,
mobile
actually.
games.
Yeah, mobile games. Fire Emblem. It's taking up a ton of space because one of those dumb NFTs. They better carry over. Those NFTs better carry over.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Josh, what about you?
So I asked this question on one of my shows. I'm like, how many of you guys know that you can press the plus button on your menu and get digital, like get the 60 cents from your physical purchase? And even those answers surprised me. They were like, what? A few people answered like, what? You know, like that's a thing. I think if you were buying digital all the time, like you were getting what? Wasn't it like $3? And then sometimes they would even do up to $6. They would double it up, right? Well, I mean, that could start to add up relatively quick. Like there's no question there. But I mean, the 60 cents, and I mean, there were definitely times that I would check mine and it was like up to $19 or something like that. And it was like, oh, okay, maybe I think I bought the DLC for Splatoon with just gold coins. So I think it was useful. And my gut feeling is that it will get they will come up with some other program, I would assume. And I think I've mentioned it on this show before. I'm still holding out hope for Nintendo Selects or Player's Choice. And if the vouchers go up to 120, or let's see, no, if the vouchers for Switch 1 stay at 100, but they allow you to buy 3 games at basically that would typically be $40 a pop, that's going to move way more Switch 1 software digitally that way. But they may also, if that was their plan, they may also want to limit the gold coins for stuff like that, because now you're giving, if your voucher works for 3 games, you're giving you
also get gold points for buying vouchers. So you pay $100 for the vouchers, but then you also get, I think it's 500 gold points, so you get $5. So you could get like $25 off, or if you do Tears of the Kingdom, it's $35.
Well, and then if you go to Costco and you get your eShop cards for 100 for 90, and then you're saving another 10. So you can really wheel and deal here. But so like I'm honestly really hoping that they lean into selling Switch 1 games in like like lowering the price, and because I think there's plenty of people that would go back and be like, yo, maybe I never picked up Wonder, or maybe I never picked up Odyssey, or whatever the case is.
I love that. I think that's a great idea.
And then what I think it also does, because we're getting Switch 2, I think they may end up leaning heavily into some sequels. I don't know about every game, and I don't know if, but let's say, I'm just going to use it as an example. I don't know that they would do it. I kind of hope they don't. I want to see something fresh, but they could say, hey, pick up Mario Odyssey 1 in the Player's Choice for 40, and then play the sequel Odyssey 2 when it comes out, in 2026 or whatever the case may be. And so I do wonder if there's some strategy there, like marketing strategy for them in that way, to just like lean into sequels a little bit more with it being Switch 1 to Switch 2, and keeping that family, the Switch family of systems or whatever they end up doing. So, but again, they may not worry about that. They may be so focused on new software that they're not that concerned about pushing old software. But it's it's one of those things. I think if they've not lowered their prices at all, if they finally did, especially digitally, it'd probably move units. You'd probably have people that buy mostly physical double dipping a little bit more because of the convenience of digital. So, and I also think that we're going to get to a point with digital that it has to change. The system that we currently have where they treat digital like physical, where it's like you buy one copy of the game, you have one copy of the game. Like if we start moving more into a digital world, it needs to follow the way music and movies have done, where it's like it's tied to an account and maybe you can have multiple people sign into that account or something along those lines, right? Like there's a lot of people that I hear say, I don't want to buy digital because my kids can't grab the game and then go put it in their Switch. And I think this generation, they've got to come up with like some family plans and some things like that are going to make that work a little bit differently. So NFL Blitz, I'm ready.
Yeah, this happens every week. So audio, this Rayla super chat come in. Bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam. It's a tradition at this point. He does $5 every week, begging for this to come back. It's tradition now. It's a weekly tradition going till it happens, right? Till it happens.
I'll let Jalen Hurts know. All right,
Josh. Some really, really good points there. I gotta say, I actually never expected vouchers to be part of Switch 2, at least the first year or two. Yeah, is that the most consumer-friendly thing? No. But let's be real. Switch 2 is going to be the hottest item in gaming this year, period. It's the big item. Everyone's going to be wanting to get the biggest and best games coming to Nintendo Switch 2. They're not going to need to, maybe bribe isn't the right word, but try and incentivize people to pick up a couple Switch 2 games. People are going to do it because Switch 2 is here, and hell yeah, let's go. Mario Kart, 3D Mario, maybe Splatoon or Fire Emblem this year. So I never expected that one to come. I do think the gold points is a big bummer. And yeah, I'm sure it didn't move the needle, but anytime you're paying for a service, it's nice to have some sort of reward, kind of like how Sony gives you, 3-4 free games every month. Each month, quality varies. Sometimes you get 3 pieces of crap. Sometimes you get a couple gems in there. Just having that reward is really nice. And I know Xbox does rewards as well. So I feel like the gold points are a pretty small reward, but the cost for the service is small. So yeah, it doesn't move the needle, but I think it's a nice thing to have. And I think it's really crappy and anti-consumer to take it away. Now, that being said, I think Nintendo, I do actually think Nintendo likely has some sort of replacement. I think there's going to be some big changes with NSO on Switch 2, whether it's some of those standard services you expect, like Nate mentioned earlier, messaging, built-in voice chat, whatever. But I do expect a little bit more, an extra Nintendo flair to be sprinkled in there. What I do think Nintendo is guilty of, and I think that this is a perfect example of, is bad messaging. Nintendo had every opportunity to actually make this announcement in the Switch 2 Direct and announce the new features or updates with NSO, but instead they just dropped bad news. And it's just a really weird thing to do, especially if there is some sort of replacement reward system, or maybe it's just a more feature-rich and more dense service. There's not necessarily a tangible reward for your purchases, but you're getting all these bells and whistles that you didn't have before. Maybe the sacrifice led to the addition of themes and wallpapers and all sorts of like cool rewards. Maybe you buy a game, you get rewarded with a wallpaper for it. I don't know. I'm just saying, Nintendo, they do two things quite often. They have bad messaging that kind of leaves you scratching your head, and then they leave money on the table. And so we'll have to see. But with that, I want to hear your thoughts, Stash. What do you think about this?
Well, I think it's unfortunate because obviously everyone likes to get a little bit of cash back, and there's really no programs anymore where you can save money when buying games. I'm sure a lot of us were signed up for that Best Buy Gamers Club.
That's where I pre-ordered Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah, right. And I'm sure a lot of us probably stacked it as long as we could, right? So, it's been a long time, and there's just nothing really good out there that rewards loyalty. And it was nice that Nintendo did that and they had it built in. And again, as you mentioned with the physical game cards, yeah, you know what? It's funny. I would say, God, I don't know what percentage I'd put on it, but at least 75%, maybe more. Had no idea that you could get gold coins by pressing the plus button, which
So
is funny.
wild. That's
Yeah.
so wild to me. Yeah.
So if you think about it, a lot of fans left money on the table. A lot, which I'm sure
well,
Nintendo liked.
it's weird. It's weird because when you purchase something in the eShop too, it doesn't have your gold coins at the bottom. It's actually above choosing to pay with your card or the money that you already have loaded. It's like the top option.
Yeah.
You also have to
Wasn't-
click it to
yeah,
go
if it-
check. Like it doesn't just show you.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Yep.
the physical reward only like 30 cents though?
It's 60 cents. Yeah.
60. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely, it's not great. You could probably find that on the ground if you looked hard enough each day. But still, it's something, you know what I mean? It's something. Now let's kind of talk about, I guess, if we think there's going to be a new program. And I was kind of thinking about that, right? Because usually when you get something taken away, when a company takes something away, usually don't get it back, right? When anything's taken away, you usually don't get it back. But I was thinking
Yep.
about it, and it's like, I feel like it will come back, but it's going to be in a little bit. Because I think you need to get enough Switch 2 first-party games out the door before you can bring it back. Because it's going to be brought back for Switch 2. Like it's gonna be completely separate. I think Nate kind of mentioned that, but if you're going to be releasing a bunch of $70 games, hypothetically, right? Then it needs to come back at a different price point, and you need to have enough games to actually, make it make sense. If there's only a couple first-party games, they might want to wait a little bit down the line to actually relaunch this program. So again, I could see it coming a few years into Switch 2, maybe 2 or 3 years in. Or any time these sales start to slow, they have that in their back pocket to use again. And obviously it'll be a different price. You know what I mean? Like people were able to take advantage of Tears of the Kingdom in another game to be able to get a really good deal where they're saving $30. And then Josh, as you mentioned, I already do this. I always do this. I don't load up, my debit card on any of the shops. Like I won't just go on there and buy something. If I want something, I go to Costco first and I paid $90 for $100. You do that on PlayStation, you do it on Nintendo. Always. Why wouldn't I? I'm saving 10% every time. So anyone who has a Costco membership, I implore you, you should do that. Don't just buy with your debit card. Save 10%. That way you're saving even more.
You're saving with gas prices.
Yeah.
Depending on how far away the Costco is.
Oh no, it's digital.
Oh,
It's
okay,
digital.
sure.
Yeah.
They email it to you within like 5 minutes. So just wait 5 minutes for the code to come in and
There you
do
go.
it that way. You
Yeah,
save
yeah,
10% on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, total steal right there. So in case anyone wants to do that, you should do that. So I think that'll come back later. As far as the vouchers, let's say it doesn't come back, right? that was a nice benefit of the NSO. Do you think that factors into anything with the NSO's price? Like they're taking away a benefit? Do you think they take away and then also say, oh, and by the way, we're going to charge more per year for NSO if they're taking away benefits? Because if you would have asked me last week and we talked about this, I would have expected the NSO to go up in price a little bit with the Switch 2. We're probably going to get some new stuff. But if they're taking away savings benefits, now I have to ask that question again. You know, is it going to stay the same price or does it still go up? They want more money and they're taking stuff away. What do you guys think?
It's definitely going up. Like there's no doubt in my mind. I don't know if it's going to go up for like Nintendo Switch Online expansion. What they have now, they're going to have another tier. It's going to be like expansion pack plus, and that's where you're going to get another. Maybe you get the GameCube games, but it's another $30 a year or something like that. But I don't think they could keep it the same price moving forward into the new generation.
So I think they will keep the same price for now. I think during the Switch 2 generation there will be a price increase, but I don't think the price going up or down has anything to do with these cut features, because again, I'm of full belief they're going to add more features to NSO. Features that people really want, and maybe even some stuff we're not even expecting. So with that thought process, why wouldn't they increase the price if they're going to add all, a bunch more features, or even GameCube NSO and other stuff they can end up adding? I think it's because Nintendo has one goal at the moment: find a way to get from 34 million to 40 million, 40 million to 50 million. And increasing price is generally not a way to increase your subscriber count. So if the goal is just, hey, we've got 200 million Nintendo accounts between phones and our local system, we sold 150 million units, why the hell don't we have 100 million people subscribed? I think they're trying to get up there, and then once they cross like the 50-60 million mark, assuming that they do that is an assumption, I think that's when you're going to start seeing, okay, now we're going to mess with the pricing a little bit, because PlayStation and Xbox do it, but PlayStation and Xbox are both over 60 million subs. PlayStation's over 100 million. Their subs don't really change no matter what they do. So yeah, they can increase the price and just make more money off those subs. So why wouldn't they do it? So I think that so that's what happens with the Netflix. That's all these, they already have their subs. Let's increase the price. Or if you're Disney Plus, you're kind of floundering on subs, so you're increasing the price with the ones you do have, hoping you can make up the difference. This is Nintendo's first ever subscription service, and it is extremely cheap, especially if you're an individual member. I mean, the best deal is the family membership, of course. You get 8 friends together, because it can be anyone across the whole world. You got 8 adult friends together, split the cost. It's $10 a person for a year. That's great. That's actually super cheap. But even for one individual person, $20, it's really cheap, especially compared to everybody else. But Nintendo also offers less than everybody else. So I think it's one of those things where I fully believe Nintendo's focus is on the number. Get the number higher. Then we'll focus on maybe increasing price points. But I could be wrong, by the way. Totally wrong.
I don't know if I agree with that one. Just because I feel like the way to get that number higher is to build a much more feature-rich and dense service. Obviously, you mentioned Switch Online is way cheaper, offers a lot less stuff. I don't know that adding a bunch of stuff and keeping it the same price, and then down the road, maybe a year or two later, then we up it. I don't know. I feel like they rip off the Band-Aid quickly and be like, hey, but you're getting this, all the things that you never had before. This is why. This is what's allowing us to do that. And you know what? I'd gladly pay more to have a built-in voice chat and friend messaging and all those bells and whistles that you get everywhere else.
I'll be honest. The only reason I pay for like Xbox or PSN or Nintendo is because I have to play online. So they can increase the price. I'm still going to pay it. It has to be absolutely at a pretty astronomical price where I'm going to be like, you know what? I'm sticking with PC only for online. because that's where you don't have to pay.
Yeah, but
so
people
like
like us aren't the
moving-
ones that they're worried about losing.
Yeah. Yeah, we're the people that
Yeah.
like we're gonna pay it because we want to play online. Like that's they got to convince people who maybe don't care so much about that.
I mean, if it's fully feature rich and they up the price $25 annually, I think they could still move the needle. I think the reason why numbers are lower is because it just like if you don't care about playing retro games, which a lot of younger gamers don't care about, what's the need other than that minimum requirement to be able to play, I don't know, Fortnite with your friends or a game online. And again, a lot of kids would rather play that on another platform because they can chat right, out of their console. They don't need a cell phone.
You can you can voice chat on your Switch and Fortnite. I know because me and my family do it all the time.
Okay. I don't play Fortnite, so that was the giveaway.
Not on Bluetooth, unfortunately.
Yeah, Fortnite does it. Yeah, well, that's the Bluetooth problem. Anyways,
Poor example, Mario Kart. Let's just
there
say.
you go. Yeah, that's Nintendo. Yep, you can't do that.
Or Smash Bros. Yeah.
So I think that when you're looking at the future of that NSO, like I can see the Band-Aid ripoff point. I also we got to remind ourselves, guys, this is Nintendo's first Switch was the first generation having this service. The other two built it up over like 3 generations. I mean, Xbox built
It also
up.
wasn't there day one. It didn't come in until
Yeah, it didn't come until 2018, which
Splatoon
actually
2?
felt worse. Here's your free online for 18 months. Oh, now you got to pay. Yeah, I know you warned me before the system came out that this was going to happen. Still didn't feel good. Still didn't feel good. September of 2018 still didn't feel great. Right before Smash is coming out. Now I got to pay for online. But it was whatever because it was so cheap. I'm like, look, guys, I don't actually ever believe that we should have to pay online when we already have to pay to be online. I already don't really agree with it, but it's fine. It's whatever.
They already got us used to it. So.
Yeah, they got us used to it.
It's already the standard, so it's like
So ripping the Band-Aid.
It's always how it is. They always the companies always dip their toes once we get done complaining.
Yeah,
now they dip their toes again with something else.
The stagnation the last few years and the growth is because most of the sales are just people replacing their old Switch with a new Switch, and that could be what a lot of the sales have been. Finally upgrading from a Lite to an OLED, or your OG Switch is finally kicking the bucket. Like my Yulia's has my original Switch, and like the micro SD card slot doesn't work anymore. The screen is dying. Battery's expanding. People go, oh, let me get a new one and upgrade. So I feel like that could also just be they're not hitting on a newer audience anymore, and so that's why the growth stopped. And that could change with Switch 2. Again, everyone else has been growing this for 3 or 4 generations.
We're making Eric sick right now.
Hey, let me ask you guys.
Eric is he's sick of me. He's so sick of me. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell. I got a tickle in the back of my throat and I just can't stop coughing. No, I don't understand
Do
it.
you have anything to drink, buddy?
Sorry.
No, I do not.
That was me.
You got any some Werthers lying around, or some Ludens, wild cherry?
Some
cough drops?
Werthers.
You just need I think you just need something to drink. I get a tickle sometimes. That's what you have your water and stuff for. But anyways,
Yeah.
I love that you dropped Werthers. I had a buddy. We went to like CVS or something to pick up some snacks or candy.
Yeah.
And one dude really wanted the Werthers, and this dude roasted him for like 30 minutes, about his age. Like, dude, what the hell, Werthers? And then he totally had one, and it was his favorite friggin' snack after that, where he was just buying Werthers every week.
Dude, that's so funny. So I have like a glass candy jar, like a tray, that was like my grandparents, and I have it, like on the kitchen counter, and it's always full of Werthers. And if I go somewhere, like I always have like a Werthers in my jacket pocket. Always.
I just need
I know it's for old people. I love it.
No, I just need the
Werthers are awesome.
Those strawberry candies that Grandma always has.
Yeah, the ones that we don't know the name of.
I found them. I just still don't remember the name of it after I found what they were. But I'm like, dude, those things are so good. Anyways,
let me ask you guys one thing real quick about the date. Do you think the effective date has any sort of bearing on anything? Like it seems, I don't know, somewhat abrupt. It's ending in a little over a month, but you think there's a reason why? Is there something happening in April?
Yeah, the Switch.
Maybe
2.
some.
Well, I know the
Maybe some.
reveal, but like why would
Maybe
you
some.
take it away now?
Well, if Nintendo Switch Online is carrying over to Switch 2,
It is.
maybe it's possible that there's going to be a NSO update on April 2nd. That's going to already trickle in some new features.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
I mean, I think that's a possibility that there could be something, especially if it's along the lines of people being able to pre-order via NSO and
Yeah, that's what I was gonna get at. So, let me ask you guys this, because I've never pre-ordered like a game digitally on Nintendo's website. But say April 2nd, Direct comes and pre-orders open. Would you be able to go to Nintendo's website then and pre-order a Switch 2 game digitally? Like on the 2nd? Because in that case, it would make sense that they do it now, a week before, like on the 24th. So essentially about a little over a week before Switch 2 is announced, because then you'd get gold coins for your Switch 2 pre-order games, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no. I don't know if they're gonna put Switch 2 games on the eShop on April 2nd to pre-order, because people might not have a Switch 2. Like they might not be able to get a pre-order of Switch 2, so you're pre-ordering a game you can't even use.
I agree.
People from buying.
So
Breath
I don't
of the
think
Wild.
I don't think they're going to do that. Now, physical pre-orders will be available. Of course they will be. Because again, hey, you can cancel that willy-nilly, no problem, because if you didn't get a Switch 2 pre-order or whatever. So I don't think that they're going to do that. I think it's more so they don't want people to even think about the vouchers or the gold points when they're talking about Switch 2, because they're not going to be there. So once they do the Switch 2 stuff, it's like, hey, we don't even want you bringing this stuff up or even thinking you're going to get this stuff. We want to distract you with all the cool stuff we're doing. Forget about the old Switch stuff. We're good. We're good there. We're now on to Switch 2, and this isn't there. And I think that's literally all it is just getting rid of the expectation.
Yeah.
That
Change
when
the
they
mindset.
announce, especially when they do things like announce, oh, hey, the games are $70. Some people might go, ooh, that's going to be good for gold points. No, it's not. You don't get those. Get rid of the expectation. So it could almost like a ripping the Band-Aid off before you actually reveal what things cost and what everything is.
Yeah.
yeah. It's like I said, Nintendo's guilty of bad messaging here. I feel like they should have just announced that things are changing when everyone's pumped up on. Dude, no one's gonna care about gold points when they see all the sick games coming to Switch 2. Like everyone's gonna be talking about the good stuff.
Good to tell you right now, our podcast that's also on April 2nd. Convenient how that lined up. Thank you, Nintendo.
Get right.
I appreciate that. You just guaranteed a killer podcast that day. I don't believe gold points was ever going to be a conversation that night.
No.
I don't think that was even going to come up.
Yep. Yeah, it was just weird.
The other thing with the vouchers we know are going to continue for a little while. Gold coins. And Gamebird, you kept saying if they add something, I think the simple add is Switch 1 games.
Absolutely.
And the way I foresee Nintendo doing it would be, hey, try Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, and Splatoon 2 for this quarter. And then if you want to purchase them after that at a discounted price because you're this tier of member, maybe that's how they do it. And then they just kind of start rotating Switch 1 games in NSO. I think that also moves some NSO subscriptions as well, because it's now you've got full on, right now we have DLC that's available, and then a couple like you got F-Zero 99 and Tetris 99 and whatnot, but like to add full Switch games into that subscription service, I think it would be I think that would help move the needle some. And the other thing that's funny, I play with so many younger like a lot of the younger generation who like they're still living at home. Their parents will let their NSO lapse all the time. They'll be like, I can't play with you, and I can't convince my parents to get another, to re-up on this. So that's all. That's also an issue when you're talking about buying a system for younger kids, and then parents that are relatively clueless or don't care. Like, what do I need? I need to give you another $20 for what? Or another $35 for what? So.
Anyway. I actually really love that. I think that's a fantastic idea. I don't ever expect Nintendo to just do the PlayStation Plus thing of like, this game is yours as long as you're a subscriber, because Nintendo games are generally evergreen titles that just keep selling and selling and selling.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like Sony, it's a great incentive because they don't really have that luxury with a lot of their games or third parties. So it's a good incentive to keep people subscribed. However, PlayStation Network does if you're a PlayStation Plus subscriber, you get those PS Plus discounts. Sometimes they're $10, sometimes they're $15, $20 discounts.
Yeah.
That would be sick, because I know there's a lot of Nintendo games that people may have just skipped, that they're like interested but not that interested, and Nintendo games rarely ever go on sale. But hey, if I have this service, every couple months there's like a new set of 5 games or 4 games that are $10-15 off. Maybe I'll dip my toes this time. Me personally, I never picked up, and I play a lot of Nintendo games, I never picked up the new Mario and Luigi. I know it had kind of lukewarm reception, but if they put it on NSO and gave it a $15 discount, I'd totally pick it up and give it a whirl.
PlayStation also has like their top tier. Like they have, I don't know how many tiers they have. They have at least 3. They have like the basic, where you don't get anything outside of the free games a month, and then some discounts. Then they have like I forget what it was.
PlayStation Plus Extra.
Yeah, Plus Extra, where you get access to their game library, which is kind of like Game Pass. It doesn't have all of their first party titles on there, but it has a lot of them. And then they also have another tier that gives you access to all the classic games in their library.
Mm-hmm.
So if Nintendo would do something like that, add another tier where you have access to like all of the Switch 1 library, or at least a lot of the older titles, like I think that would do really well, because Odyssey's like 8 years old at this point, so some people haven't played it.
What if they? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Stash.
I was just gonna say PlayStation Plus Premium, and is what you're talking about. And one thing that is really cool about Premium is the beta testing. There's a lot of beta testing that you can take part in. Like, I got to play Monster Hunter Wilds on the first beta, and I played it, just recently on the second.
Did you though?
Huh?
Because that was when PlayStation Network was down.
Oh, what's funny? I was wrapping up my review for Guns of Fury on Switch that day, and I was just locked in, and I got on Twitter later, and I saw the hysteria with PlayStation Network being down. I'm like, oh man, I'm glad I was playing Switch all day. Like, what are the odds of that? That
was the weekend of the open beta for Monster Hunter.
Yeah, it was the first day, and so yeah, I'm glad I didn't play it that day. I ended up playing it Saturday, and at any rate, that's one thing I do think is really cool. And then Gamebird, as you mentioned, the PlayStation Plus extra discounts.
Mm-hmm.
I've taken advantage of that plenty of times. Basically what I'll do is like, if I already know I have a backlog, which, I'm going to die one day with a backlog. I'm sure all of us are. I'm never going to get through it. We know that. And that's part of accepting, right? But there's always, there's always these games, right, that you want to play, but I'm not going to buy it right now because I have so many others to play. But I'm going to add it to my wish list. And that's what I always do. When you do that, then you'll get a notification when the game goes on sale. Like they'll give you a direct notification on your PlayStation. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten a PlayStation Plus extra discount where a game that was like $20, $30 I can get now for like $5. It's stupid.
Yep.
So if Nintendo did something like that,
Mhm.
that would be a huge benefit. And Josh, you mentioned the Switch 1 games. And I know we talked about that on your podcast too. And one thing that I think would be really interesting too is that if we factor in the idea, the speculation we've had of our first party games, our select first party games going to get some sort of performance upgrade. Because then the value on something like that really, really increases. You know, like if I can play a game at 60 FPS now or better, better resolution, now we're talking. So it'll be really interesting to see what Nintendo does. Again, I hope they don't leave any money on the table.
Yeah. I've got a question for you guys. We were talking about pricing on this and whether or not we think Nintendo is going to up the price. What about the possibility of merging the base NSO with the expansion pass into one tier, and it costs the price of NSO with the expansion pass, and then they add a second tier that's more premium, and that has the reward system? Maybe it's those discounts that we talked about, Stash, like PSN. But what if they just merged NSO plus expansion pack into one tier?
I mean, I think it's a really good deal for NSO and for expansion pack. But there are, it seems, a lot of people that think expansion pack is quite expensive and not a good deal. Like I've seen that sentiment throughout the internet. So it's like, if you merge them, then what is it, $50 everyone's got to pay just for a single membership? A family one is what, 80?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you increase that.
And they add GameCube in there.
You increase that entry bar. I don't know if that'll be good. I like the idea of 3 tiers. I mean,
You like the
PlayStation's
3
doing
tiers.
it.
Okay.
I think you got to be really careful with the
Yeah.
way you word it because, for instance, Xbox, when they did their last tier changes and the pricing changes, it was very confusing for a majority of the internet. Like there was literally podcasts that got it wrong, and I think IGN got it wrong, and like you really had to go back and look at it very closely. So we want to make sure that if you're going to do something like that, obviously, again, back to communication.
Mhm.
We need to have crystal clear communication on this.
Which Nintendo struggles with sometimes.
Mm.
And I do remember when the 3 tiers for Sony first were revealed, a lot of people thought it was kind of bogus. A lot of people thought that this isn't worth it. Especially like in the beginning when it was, limited titles announced. Just left people being like, this service sucks. This is a waste of money and overpriced. So I do worry about the 3 tier. I don't think there's any one size fits all solution, but I do wonder if the 3 tier system complicates it. But I do hear you. People are going to be upset if they increase the price of entry, I suppose. But I don't know.
I have been talking a lot about accessories and stuff, as probably all have, right?
Yeah.
And I think one of the ways they really move NSO is not only everybody's excited to see GameCube make its way, DS, but I would like to see them take it all the way to Wii and sell the Wii remote and the nunchuck just like they do the NES controller and the SNES controller. And you talk about a a nostalgia driven generation that's younger than all of us on this show, like I honestly think that would move the needle more than anything.
Speak for yourself.
All right. But I do think that like the kids that grew up with Wii, which is a lot of them, right? We know how well the Wii sold. You tell them that, hey, you sign up for this tier of NSO, you're going to get Wii games, and you can also purchase a Wii remote and a nunchuck to play those games exactly the way you used to. I mean, I literally was using my NES controller today to play Mario Brothers. So like, I think, and it would just be fun. We also need a really good wireless GameCube controller, and I don't know if it'll be the Wavebird because we all know about the
bring the
issues,
Wavebird back.
Yeah,
please, for the love of God, it's the coolest.
It's the best.
Yeah, but I don't know. I would love to see them really lean into like the next generation, if you will, of like GameCube, Wii, DS, 3DS. Like get those on NSO, get accessories out for those, and I think we'd see more subscribers that way.
Yeah, it's hard to believe the Wii is going to be 20 years old next year.
So
My
jacked
God.
up.
What?
That's so sick.
Yeah, I was just
Hear
thinking
that?
about it. I'm like, holy shit. That's
so
wild.
Yeah.
Well, I think that
perfect
would
time
be
for
such,
it.
such a
Exactly.
massive win. Honestly, I think it would be such a massive win. You're right. Before the Switch 2, the most successful home console from Nintendo, an incredible library of games. The Wii gets teased a lot for all the shovelware that it had, but man, there was a lot of good games, a lot of good third-party stuff, games that I've been begging for to get remastered, stuff like Mad World or the whatchamacallit, I'm brain dead, Zack Wiki from Capcom, just a lot of cool stuff. The Wario Land Shake It, so many rad games on that console. And online gaming was exploding at the time. Nintendo kind of opted out of that. Getting those games with the kind of like HD upscale with added online features like they've been doing with NES and SNES and 64. Oh man, that'd be super cool.
Oh,
I just got WarioWare Shake It, and because I've been playing WarioWare, or not WarioWare, I guess it's Wario Land. It's made by Goodfeel, and I want them to stop making Yoshi games, little baby Yoshi games, and make Wario Land games.
Yeah, that game's amazing.
Following up with that, I mean, Mario Kart Wii gets put on NSO, and you're gonna have a stampede of
we still don't have Smash
up.
Bros. 64 on NSO.
I know,
what is happening?
I know it's a sad state of affairs. Sad state of affairs, but yeah, I mean, there's a handful of Wii titles that like, you would see people be very excited to be able, and especially to bring online back to these titles that lost it at one point. Like, now the question is, do they actually bring their online back, or do they still only make it to where, because you could play Mario Kart Wii with 8 players or 12 players, whatever it was. I don't remember off the top of my head, but like, if it's only the way NSO has been, you could only play with up to 4 players. Still great, but hopefully they would think about that going forward with these games that did have, because I want to play Mario Kart DS with maximum number of people, not just that would be different because you could do that. That online was a little bit different as well. So, we just have to wait and see. But
Double Dash had online too.
Exactly. No, well, it had the LAN.
They had the broadband.
Right?
They didn't have the broadband.
It was only used for LAN. Like you couldn't go online with it. So it'd be the first time that would be online. And I think that was up to 16 players.
I was totally hoping Eric was going to turn off his camera too, so it was just the best.
I know, everybody's disappearing.
I was like, "Come on, Eric, do it, turn it off." You just sat there and smiled. You ruined it.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. It just one stash left. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, there's only 2 of us. Let's all bounce."
It's our show now.
Yeah. One thing that I think could be added to NSO that can make it really interesting would be like a like a demo tier where all first parties automatically get a demo on that, whether it's the first little bit of the game or whatever they want to do. And if third parties want to throw something on there too, they definitely could. Because that way, again, it answers your question. Do I actually want to buy this game? I mean, what's the best way to decide if you want to buy this game or not than to play it? I mean, you can generally get a pretty decent feel from a demo if you want to purchase the game or not. But as for like the gold coins and the what the hell is the vouchers? That's what I was looking for. I think eventually they'll replace the gold coins with something. But with vouchers, what I can see them doing is actually revamping the box art of Switch 1 games to show that they are voucher eligible, and they're actually going to start pushing those real hard for people who don't have a Switch at all, but they're coming into Switch 2. Hey, start building up your catalog with these games here. You'll get a decent discount, blah, 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 blah. Here, go pick these up, so you can start building your catalog and things like that. So I think that could be a good way for them to start, pushing games, for people who've never bought a Switch, things like that, when they jump into Switch 2.
And I mean, they could set up a tier for just hentai based on the way the eShop looks now.
Yeah.
And just make that free to play for everybody.
Yeah, let me see your what do you buy on your Switch recently,
and they'd
Josh?
increase, they'd increase their subscribers too.
Yeah.
I like that.
Right?
I like that.
Panty Party, how's that going for you?
Hey, I didn't buy that. That was Nate. Shout out to Nady Nay in the chat. So
That was my nickname in college.
Panty Party. Oh, what the hell, guys? What is going on in this chat right now? Anyway,
Yeah. You want my camera?
no.
You guys said cuss words, so I thought it was okay to say Panty Party.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh, we encourage you to say panty
You're not
party.
fucking wrong.
Oh,
Panty Party, Panty Party, Panty Party, Panty Party.
There you go. This episode of Nintenbyte Podcast is brought to you by Panty Party. So, Panty Party 3, the sequel.
do you guys know what this game is, by the way? You literally play as a pair of panties with weapons.
Yes, I know what it is. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. So I wish I didn't know what it was, but when your community likes to troll you, I literally have an account on my Switch that says N64 Troll, and it's loaded with games like Mom Simulator 2024 and
What?
and
Is that real?
Yes, and Prison Simulator Gangster Paradise
I did see that.
2024 or one of the, it's the strangest name ever. So
Yeah,
and
the eShop's a dark place, but you can find some weird stuff on there.
yeah.
Have you guys seen I don't know if it's like the bum simulator or homeless simulator. Have you guys seen that?
Where you
No.
just
Like-
fight.
Yeah, like no joke. You have to find like places to sleep at night, and like you'll constantly get kicked out of where you're at. You have to move somewhere else, and you'll get in fights with civilians. I'm like, what is this? I can't believe this is real. Yeah, wild. I saw something about it on Twitter. I'm like, no way. I gotta do a Google search, see if this is real, and then. Sure enough, it was. I watched a video of someone playing it on YouTube, and I was just shaking my head, laughing, like, "Oh my god, this is nuts!"
It was N64, Josh.
Yeah, it was definitely N64, Josh.
More than likely. Yeah. If you see me playing Vroom in the Night Sky, you know that that is my community.
I mean, I checked your profile the other day, and it was like your most played game, Panty Party.
Here we go. There's no way. It's Mario Kart. Or were you checking N64 Troll? Because maybe.
No, N64 Josh, it was like 3,000 hours. I don't understand how you could even do that.
Yeah, that and Galgun, just been going to town.
Oh, jeez, guys.
Oh my god.
All right, we ready to move on to the next topic?
I'm not ready.
You're not
We
ready?
hijacked your show while you were having technical difficulties. So.
No,
And I tried to start a revolution
all my
Yeah, I
capture,
know. I'm
and
sorry.
failed.
all my
failed on you.
capture cards are crashing. So
Yeah.
I told you I'm having issues with them. But Eric, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I have to be up stupidly early for work tomorrow, so unfortunately, and it's one of those things that I kind of have to be awake for because something MSHA training. So yeah, it's gonna be boring, but I have to be awake for it. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to head out. So
Oh no.
thank you, Josh and John, for being here, and we'll talk to you guys, I guess, soon, and we'll see you guys next week then.
All right.
Take it
All
easy.
right, Eric. Have a good night, man.
Peace, Eric. All right. So now that we got rid of the ribber rabble,
I think we all know what Eric's really doing. He just found out about Panty Party and he's running to his Nintendo Switch to go download it.
Panty party sales have just
Let's
tripled
be real
tonight.
here. I saw beads of sweat rolling down his forehead the moment those words came out of Johnny Bo's mouth.
Well, a panty party?
yeah, panty party, yeah. Panty
It might
party.
be on sale.
It might be on sale. Shit, I gotta go find it.
Okay. That
Anyway,
being said,
continue.
let's go ahead and get to our next topic. And that is because there's been some interesting Switch 2 developments. And folks, I'll continue for those watching the video version to work on my camera once I introduce the topic and other people can talk. So there's been a lot of interesting stuff going on with Switch 2. We haven't had a ton of like rumors and leaks happening. So this isn't like that usual, oh, here's some rumors and leaks. This is actually just something interesting, a new product's coming out that made us think of something today. So Thunderstash Gaming's been working with like BenQ behind the scenes a little bit on a product, an upcoming release they have coming up of the what is they called? The Beat Creatus GR10 Steam Deck Dock USB 4 mobile docking station. It is a mouthful, but that is the complete title on the website.
That's SEO.
Yeah, it's SEO. They're trying to target Steam Deck, but then also, hey, it's not just Steam Deck. And normally we wouldn't really talk about this because they're clearly just, there's a lot of docking stations for PCs and Steam Decks and all that. But as he's working with them on potentially covering that product for them, even though it's targeted for Steam Deck, it works with other stuff. But when Stash was communicating with them, he was wondering about Switch 2. Because, look, a lot of people in his audience are probably going to ask, hey, will this thing possibly work with Switch 2? Because it's a really neat little dock. And if you could use it with even Switch 2, that's pretty cool. And he was told, yeah, it will, because it uses HDMI 2.1, which I find interesting because we technically didn't have that confirmed yet for Switch 2 that it uses HDMI 2.1. Kind of curious how BenQ knows that. I don't know if they have a unit that they were able to test it with. Obviously, we're not going to pry that kind of prying because that'd be under NDA anyways. That being said, okay, that's cool. Like we learned Switch 2 supports HDMI 2.1, which was pretty much expected anyways. It's pretty standard these days. Now, so the dock can work with Switch 2. So who really cares beyond having a convenient travel dock? Why are we even bringing this up? What's it matter? Okay. Well, this device, this dock supports 1080p at 360 hertz, 4K at 120 hertz, and 8K at 60 hertz. Now, this is obviously just HDMI 2.1 pass-through. This is what the HDMI 2.1 standard supports. And yeah, okay, cool. Like with it supporting a bunch of different devices, including PCs, it would make sense that it has all that support. Even though there's like not a lot of devices that really truly support 8K. However, the thought process here is that higher refresh rates is interesting because there's actually an old rumor. Let's bring this up on the screen. This one I found to be really, really interesting. So let me share the thing here. This should work. If this doesn't work, then I got a bigger problem going on. Let's see. That should be working, right? Yeah, we're good. All right. So, there's this old rumor. It was posted over here on Twisted Voxel. However, it's not from them. It's actually from Taiwan. I'm just avoiding translations. But Taiwan's Economic Daily reported a new rumor regarding hardware specs for Switch 2, including details on the handheld's display. The source mentioned that the console maker is expected to launch. This is a bit old, back in 2024, before that delay happened. However, due to constraints such as global inflation, the new product will retail for $100 more, $400, right? The price rumors have been going on forever. That's not what we care about. It's the details. A few details regarding the hardware specs featured in the Switch 2 were shared by the source. T239, 8 gigabytes of memory. We now know that to be 12, so that's a little outdated there. 64 gigabytes internal storage. We now know that's 256. Again, this is a bit of an older rumor. All right. But the display at 120 hertz. Interesting. Most people dismissed the idea of 120 hertz. Would they really do 120 hertz? All right. So high refresh rate gaming is actually something a lot of gamers do prefer over resolution. For all we talk about the 4K and the DLSS upscaling and trying to get like 60 FPS at 1440p and 4K, 120 hertz is so relevant and 1080p is so relevant is that the 5000 series GPUs are still given high refresh rate 1080p testing in reviews because it is so highly desirable target for competitive gaming. Now, this may be something we consider more, given that Phil Spencer also recently said that in their future events, they will have Nintendo and PlayStation logos, obviously including Nintendo Switch, Switch 2, all that stuff in future events. We already saw PlayStation 5 logos in their last event. Switch 2 logos obviously can't probably be till after April 2nd. So when you consider that, Microsoft has a number of games that would benefit from 120 hertz for the competitive scene. Halo, even single player experiences like Doom: The Dark Ages, really big benefit there. Call of Duty, which we already know is coming because they have a contract for it. So 120 hertz would be at 1080p, even in docked mode, would be a really, really big get for Switch 2. And 120 hertz is obviously already supported by Xbox and PlayStation, the current systems. So that's just interesting to think about. So do we think it's realistic that Nintendo would allow 120 hertz specifically at 1080p? Because I don't think they really have the processing power to really try to offer that any other higher resolution than that. Is that rumor from Taiwan about the screen itself supporting 120 hertz seems likely. And one reason why it's interesting is Taiwan. Nintendo just announced this week they set up a new subsidiary, Nintendo of Taiwan, in Taiwan, because they're doing so much business there. They need an entity to manage it. What kind of business are they doing there? Sure, there's some system sales. They have Switch there. But the Switch sales in Taiwan aren't huge. The manufacturing for Nintendo is becoming massive in Taiwan, and they need something there to manage it all. So, quite interesting. It also would make sense then why a Taiwanese news place might have this information on a 120 hertz screen, because maybe the screens are being made there, because Samsung, who is rumored to be the screen manufacturer, they manufacture the screens in Taiwan. So this all comes full circle. Do we think 120 hertz is supported on Switch 2 in any meaningful way? And if so, are you excited about it? Let's start with the man who got the emails, Thunderstash.
Yeah, so I think it will be 120 hertz. And again, yeah, I go back to that original rumor. And I want to think that, I forget the leaker's name, but the handheld gaming leaker, one that was going to show the pictures on Christmas of Switch 2. You guys remember that guy? I think he said it was going to be 120 hertz as well. But yeah, I expect this. I really do. And again, yeah, as Nate mentioned, I got an email from him stating that it's going to be HDMI 2.1. Literally, that it says the Switch 2 has HDMI 2.1 output. And so I think that's a huge deal. So I don't know how many of you have played games like at 4K 120. You have to have like a fairly new TV or monitor. But for instance, on the PS5, I'm able to play certain games, specifically like first-person shooters and racing games are the most popular, okay? And some of them have the option to play at 4K 120. It's not many though. But then a lot of the other ones have the option to go 1080p 120 frames per second with VRR, variable refresh rate. I gotta say, Next Handheld was the name. Thank you, Mr. Pnug. I gotta say that like playing on a display at 120 hertz looks amazing. At even in 1080p on an 85-inch. I have an 85-inch Sony TV, and then I played on my 150-inch projector. Same thing. I played at 1080, 120. For example, when I reviewed Call of Duty Black Ops in November, I played it on my Series S at 1080p, 120 hertz. And we all know that the Switch 2 is being compared, of course, to a PlayStation 4 Pro and a Xbox Series S as far as its specs. And that is without DLSS. And again, we all know how powerful and how magical DLSS is. So I factor all of that in, right? In saying confidently that, yeah, I would expect it. If Switch 2 is going to be between a PS4 Pro and a Series S without DLSS, then yes, I expect HDMI 2.1. I expect the option to do 4K 30. 4K 60 would be great. If that can happen, amen. But I would expect 4K 30 and 1080p 60 to 120 on certain games. And again, it makes a huge difference. And if you haven't experienced it firsthand, you might not know, because it's not something that you can just view on a YouTube video. You have to see it firsthand. It's not something that translates over in a YouTube video. So, Gamebird, I'll go with you next. What do you think, man?
Yeah, I mean, I think it tracks. I like you said. I mean, you put it pretty well that if it's based on kind of the leaks and rumors, if the power's kind of gonna land between the PS4 and the Series S, I don't see why it wouldn't run at the 120 hertz. I do think we're gonna see more of the 1080p 60 frames than the 4K 60 frames. For a number of reasons, obviously. And I mean, even the PS5 Pro is not really able to guarantee 60 frames per second 4K. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not the big tech person, but from what I do know of PS4, PS4 Pro, Xbox Series S, I think 120 hertz I think it just makes sense. It seems like it's going to be good to go with Switch 2 based on the leaks.
Let me ask you guys this real quick, and then I'm going to hand it over to Josh. You remember the Gamescom original rumor of Breath of the Wild running at 4K 60? I go back to that too, and I'm like, okay, hold up, And again, all of this kind of like goes into this email I got about HDMI 2.1 and the specs of 2.1. But it's like, if I recall, the rumor, and this is what I would expect, is that in docked mode 4K 60, and in handheld mode, obviously 1080. So if Breath of the Wild can run at 4K 60, maybe you'd think a lot of other games could, I guess, is what I'm getting at. You'd think a lot of other games could. So it'll be interesting. I think something like Mario Kart, the new Mario Kart, I can see that running at 120 hertz. 1080, 120, handheld mode. Why not? It's a racing game. We see it in racing and first-person shooters. So, Josh, what do you think, man?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Mario Kart is the first thing I'm thinking about. But the second thing is, like, if Forza Horizon 5 is truly coming, and the Halo games, right? Like, I not that we need it necessarily, right? We've been Switch gamers for the last 8 years, but I will say, when I fired up, Fortnite on my Series X and played it versus playing it on my Switch, it's night and day. Like, It is
Right.
night and day. And we know we're not getting the bleeding edge technology of the, the PS5 Pro and that kind of stuff. Totally fine with that. But if they can, start to squeeze at least some of the juice that we would see like in a Series S and a Series X, like into this tablet, it would be amazing. And I mean,
Yeah.
for a while there, the best place to play Fortnite was on an iPad. This was, this was years ago, but it was like that was the only place to get like 60 frames a second or whatever. Like, back, I mean, this is a while ago, right? But like, so to have them double the frame rate from what it is now, like,
Yeah.
it's one of those things that, like, for me, I didn't realize I was missing it until I tried it and then was like, oh, it's I'm not at the point that like, oh, I can't play games that aren't running at 60 or 120. Like, it's not the end of the world to me, especially if you're doing something like Pokemon or Xenoblade or something like that, but
Right.
Yeah.
but Metroid Prime 4 running at 120, sign me up. Like, I would be all about it, So
Yeah, I love that. I mean, Breath of the Wild obviously is a great example because of the leaks saying that, Nintendo showed it running at that 4K 60. A lot of other third-party stuff that was on the Switch that if they can get to perform on Switch 2 at 4K 60, like Bayonetta, we got all three of those games. I know there was in the reviews for Bayonetta 3, there were some issues with, it not running at 60 frames per second, and it could have used a little bit more oomph behind it to get it, that sleek, fast-paced action game. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good thing. But real quick, speaking of leaks, I actually have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Gonna go drain the turkey.
You're going to have a panty party of your own.
We'll have to wait and see.
All right, John, hand it over to you. What are your thoughts here?
I mean, I haven't played many games at one. I think the only game that I played at 120 was Forza Horizon 5 on Xbox Series X, and yeah, it is nice. It is definitely nice. It's super smooth. I don't remember if it was 4K or not, but it looked really pretty. The one thing that I'm worried about is the games being able to actually run at these frame rates. Like, we know that some games have struggled to even hit 30. Not just Nintendo games, but like Dragon's Dogma, I think is 30. Elden Ring, I think is 30. At least on the Steam Deck, I believe it's 30. So, I mean, it would be nice to have the option to have these 120 FPS, but are the games actually going to be able to run it? That's the real question.
I agree with you on that. I think that is the real question because only so many games can run at 120 on PS5. Like, or maybe I should reword that only so many games have that option. I'm sure other games could run at 120 if they wanted to include that option, but there's just not a lot of games out there to be able to do that. So yeah, you definitely raised something interesting there. I know Elden Ring's on PS4, of course, which I think sometimes we forget. So it ran at 30 frames per second on PS4. And I'm trying to see
I think it was 30
what it did
everywhere.
for PS4 Pro. I played it on PS5 and it runs at 60.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe Series S would be a good one to look at too.
I think the most important thing is kind of like what John was saying, like if they're going to advertise 120, then the game needs to be able to do that. That's where, like, you don't want the bad press of, like, this game's stuttering, like, even at 30 frames. Like, I think like, I understand DLSS is magic and all that kind of stuff, but like, I think the most important thing is like, I would much rather have a 1080p 60 that's consistent than a 4K 120 that's not, or a
All
1080
day.
120 that's not, like that, because
Totally.
that's what goes crazy on Twitter and everything else, where the games are getting thrown under the bus when it's like. And again, I think it's the worst when you're talking about like a Series X or a PS5, and it's like these games are struggling to hit 30 at times, and you're just like, what is going on? The box for the PlayStation said 8K on the side. Remember,
I know.
like it was like, why are you biting off more than you can chew here?
Well, I think like Thunderstash's point about you also need a monitor or TV that could run at 120. Same with the 8K thing. I don't know anybody that has an 8K TV right now.
Me either.
So, the people that are buying a Nintendo Switch 2 probably don't necessarily have the equipment to even run 120. So, and we know not docked, it's not going to be 120. So,
Yeah.
I don't know how useful it's going to be.
I feel like it's a nice feature for Switch 1 games to be able to run at 120. Maybe people who are a little bit more into the tech side and the power side decide to pick up the Switch 2 because it's more premium, and Nintendo finally has a 4K device, and maybe they're like, oh cool, I could play some of these old games that I missed at 120 when I wasn't interested. I don't know. Just a thought.
Well, and I've been somewhat spoiled. I've been using an M Classic almost since the beginning of the Switch's life cycle, and so I've always had a at least a 2K monitor. So I found it really strange because at one point I had two Switches hooked up side by side, and the difference from one running at 1080 to one running at 2K was
big.
It was significant, and so worst case scenario, I plug this the M Classic into the into the Switch 2 if I have to, but hopefully we don't have to, and we get to see this thing as a next gen console.
I think the sweet spot is what we've talked about. Like I look at all the games I played on PS5. Every time I choose performance mode. Every time. That's the sweet spot. So I think if we can get the sweet spot on Switch 2, everybody's going to be happy.
Yep.
Dude, 120 hertz would just be awesome, man. It's only got to be supported at 1080p. They don't got to do it any other res. I think there'll be games that'll take advantage of it if they do.
Mario Kart at 120 would be huge. Huge.
Yeah, be really cool.
So here's the question. Let's say it has this. Nintendo's notorious to not talk about anything tech-wise ever. Do you think they would even announce it?
Digital Foundry will tell us.
I'm like, I kind of feel like Nintendo might not even tell us it's a thing. Just like I don't think they'll tell us about upscaling DLSS stuff. It's just gonna be there.
Yeah, it'll be too confusing for the consumer, and
I think you're gonna be surprised. April 2nd, they're gonna be everything's gonna be DLSS or whatever, 120 hertz.
Yeah, they're gonna show us the box,
12K
on the box. It's gonna say 8K like the PS5 did.
Tall Show just mentioned a new F-Zero at 120.
Oh,
That would be sick.
That'd be sick.
If they do have this feature that you can upscale to 120, and they have an F-Zero would be a perfect way to promote that feature. It'd be like it's at 120, 1080.
It won't be a new F-Zero. F-Zero 99 at 120.
Come on.
I know for the general consumer, like most people don't actually have 120 hertz TV, and not everyone plays on monitors and stuff like that have higher refresh rates. So I get for like the general consumer, it's really not that big of a deal, because again, 120 hertz TVs haven't necessarily taken off with the mainstream because there's just not a lot that support it's gaming. Like that's it, and people buy TVs for more than that, so they'd rather spend more money on like having an OLED or a better picture quality than worrying about 120 hertz. But
They
still,
can't even tell when they have the motion thing turned on
Motion
their TVs, and
blur.
everything looks like a soap opera. I'm like, oh my god,
Oh yeah.
shut it off.
That was fun when that happened.
Dude, yeah, when I go over to some of my friends' houses and I'm like, have you ever changed the picture settings on your TV? No. Okay, I guarantee this TV can look way better than this. Let me give me the remote.
Yeah, every friend's house that I go to, I do the same thing. I'll see the picture. I'm just like, we can get a way better picture out of this. Let me get your remote. Let me work on this for you. I'll go to you guys go to tvratings.com.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Love the
Yeah,
website.
absolutely.
Been going there for probably a decade actually. And they have a whole settings section that will actually give you these settings to
Yeah,
plug
you
into the
put in
TV.
your TV and it helps you with your model.
Yeah, it's great. So yeah, anytime I go to a
People
friend's
sitting
house,
here
I'm like,
running their TVs on Vivid or Energy Saver.
yeah, I'm like, let me fix this up for you.
I don't want
Yeah.
to say anything because I'm one of those people. I don't mess with my TV settings.
Oh
It is
my
what it
God.
is.
Get that
Factory
ambient light
settings.
bullshit off your TV. Don't ever put
Agree.
the ambient light on there.
The sky is
All
supposed to be
right,
purple,
let's
right?
be careful with the
that's,
hazing, guys.
Here we go. It begins.
It
All
has
right.
begun.
Anyone else have any thoughts on any of this? I mean, I think it's just we'd all probably like to have it. Just as an
Absolutely.
option.
Yeah.
Now, do we think this is the big thing? Do we think it's going to be included? If let's say this supports a nod mode, not that hard to do. Ramp the power up, choose 1080p. You can have your 120 hertz. Do we think they're going to actually put it in the screen on the handheld? Because there was an interesting thing brought up that if it's on the screen on the handheld, obviously then everyone could potentially enjoy 120 hertz just in handheld mode. And one thing about screens with 120 hertz is it helps with variable refresh rate as well, which is a
too
huge
expensive.
deal.
It's too expensive.
Yeah, I don't know how I don't know how
He's like,
pricey.
you ruined my question.
I mean, no, that's his opinion though that Nintendo won't do it because it's too expensive, and I think
Well, we're not even getting an OLED screen right out the gate. So like, I really don't think we'll have 120 hertz handheld. I don't see that at first. Maybe like a Switch 2 Pro or whatever.
Yeah, I'm looking at 120 hertz 8-inch screens. So these are obviously ones that are already made and being sold at retail that people can just buy for themselves. And they would include components that you wouldn't really need because it'd be on the motherboard and stuff. But they're like $50. I don't know what Nintendo would be able to get that for, obviously, if they did go that route. But it is obviously more expensive than 60 hertz. That's like $25.
Yeah.
So there is a point there. Now OLED's even more expensive than that. But it's one of those things like I think just for the screen on the system, if we get VRR at all in any form and even a little bit of HDR, I think that would be fine because we don't have any of that on the current Switch.
Right.
And just a higher quality panel. I know it's probably still going to be edge lit, even though I don't want it to be. Rather have like local dimming zones, and we're just not going to get that.
Totally.
But yeah, like I think that's more likely than 120 hertz. But who knows? I mean, maybe we're all wrong, and maybe Nintendo will advertise 120 hertz, and they will push it, and they're going to say, "Hey, this is everyone talks about how this is the same as the Switch 1. Handheld mode 120 hertz, baby." And then they charge us $500 for the system, and we're like, "Oh,
$499. You got to see.
What have I done?
it better be OLED 120 hertz." Damn, you're charging that.
Yeah, I was shaking my head when you were first asking because I'm with John. I don't think they're gonna have handheld have 120 hertz on the screen. I just feel like it seems like one of those areas that they want to cut costs. Obviously, according to the leaks or rumors, they want to cut costs at launch. One of the main reasons why they're doing an LCD instead of an OLED to make the console more affordable out of the gate, and then they could do like the OLED model down the road. They also cut costs with like storage space all the time. Like storage space on Nintendo consoles is super small. It's not that expensive to have a little bit bigger of a storage space, but they make the cuts there. But again, like you said, Nate, who's to say? This is a new Nintendo. This is the first generation that we're going into with a new president outside of the GameCube.
Yeah.
So
they're going to tell us to get three jobs to afford this thing.
Maybe Furukawa has a different vision. Maybe he's like, no, we're going Hertz, baby. It's going to say Hertz and giant writing on the box. Maybe they'll do a 10-minute segment on teraflops. Who knows? This is a new territory.
What if the screen is OLED? We technically don't know anything about the screen.
We don't. Yeah.
Like even the shipping data, there's like, okay, they ordered screens, but there's no details outside of 8 inches. That's all it says. We don't know we don't know anything about the screen. And so like we assume it's going to be LCD to cut costs. But you know what? OLED screens didn't exist on Nintendo platforms until Furukawa. Just saying.
Yeah, they made another SKU and charged us $50 extra.
Yeah, he's built different. But yeah, the OLED's more expensive. The screen's more expensive. To be fair, though, guys, it wasn't just an OLED screen. Everyone always focuses on. They doubled the size of the memory, so they gave us 64 instead of 32, and they gave us the all-metal kickstand, which is clearly more expensive than that cheap plastic piece of shit they put on the original Switch. I'm not saying it's extremely more expensive, but the hinge system and all that, like that, there is some extra machining and some extra cost there. That look, that little wobbly piece of shit was probably 2 cents to make versus 15 cents to make the one they're using in the end for OLED. Anyways, I'm just saying that those are the things they use to justify the cost difference, and they put an Ethernet port on the dock for whatever that's worth. But I appreciate it, by the way. Not having to plug a fucking dongle in for Ethernet is really nice.
I wonder if that's going to be there. Did they show the dock enough that the LAN port's there?
So we have not seen from Nintendo. We have not seen the back of the dock with the ports. But next handheld that Stash was bringing up, the guy that was leaking stuff, he had a picture, as did who was that? Was it Laura K. Buzz? I believe was the other one with a picture of the back of the dock, and it showed that there was an Ethernet and HDMI. It was the same ports as on the OLED dock. So that's good. That's good news, by the way. Nintendo actually including the Ethernet port day one. Thank God. It should just
Smash players get a LAN port.
Yeah.
Wow, gaming, here we come.
Yeah, 120 hertz. I think in docked mode at 1080p. I don't see any reason it can't support it. And there will be games that will take advantage of it. But, you got to give the consumer the choice when they load the game what they want to run it at. And that'll be on the game to give you that choice. Because that's how it is on the other platforms, by the way. The games let you choose between the 120 hertz mode or higher fidelity 60 hertz. All right. I think we've done that one. A bit of a shorter topic, but that's okay because there's not a lot of details there. It's just we got this one thing. There's a suggestion because of BenQ. Did you bring up the other thing BenQ said, or we're going to leave that one alone? Thunder.
Oh, you know what? I'll bring it up. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let me pull this up real quick. This was so interesting because, as I was telling Nate, Eric, and Gamebird, I was trying to kind of direct the conversation to where if they had any information, I could possibly find out, right? And you always want to try and do that, but you're not always successful. Actually, you probably rarely are successful. But it actually worked out. So let me pull it up here.
Yeah, this was very interesting.
Okay, so I had a list of questions. I'm not going to go through them. It was more or less on specifics for covering the product. But I said, with the Switch 2 launching later this year, does BenQ plan to release an official firmware update for compatibility? Or will the GR10 support it out of the box? Said many of my viewers will be interested in potential Switch 2 support, so I'd love to provide them with accurate information. So again, I said, with the Switch 2 launching later this year. They replied, the Switch 2 has HDMI 2.1 output and includes an HDMI 2.1 port that supports both the Switch 2 or the Switch 1 and Switch 2. Since the Switch 2 is expected to launch in April, it would be helpful to mention in your review that it is compatible with it. So again, as I mentioned,
like, wait, what?
Yeah, like I just said with Switch 2 launching later this year, I didn't ask them when it's coming out or anything. They respond with the Switch 2 expecting to launch in April. It would be helpful if you mentioned this in your review. And I'm like, April, really? More or less, I was like, that's interesting. Maybe they have outdated information, or again, maybe it was originally supposed to release in April. And
that shadow drop's happening. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, if anything, it just gives you more confidence that May is extremely realistic. Like that's where I'm putting my money is on May. But who knows? Maybe they know more than we do, and it is coming out. Maybe.
What if it's like launching the last week of April? And I will say one thing to support this: the Nintendo Switch experience still had like 2 days of the Switch experience happening after Nintendo Switch launched. So what if like it launches right before that final Switch 2 experience in the US? Because there was still a Switch experience in the US happening after Switch launched. Now I know there's experiences happening in May, and like it is completely ridiculous to think that the same month we get the direct and all the details is also the month the damn thing's coming out. Wild to even think that.
On the bright side, though, we'd probably get off that wait list and be invited to the event.
So I'll just say this: I think they're misspeaking, and they really meant the direct, because the direct is in April, and maybe they misconstrued that for a release, and it was just the person who wrote the email made a mistake, or the other option is they do have information and they just think everyone knows, and like because behind the scenes all these companies are talking to each other, and so the person's like, oh, this is just common knowledge, and so he just throws it in the email when it's not actually common knowledge, and maybe it actually is released in a day. Here's the thing: I'm not the one saying it's happening in April. They are the ones saying that it's expected to release in April. So Thunderstash, I'm glad you brought it up, because I now have my video for tomorrow.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Wasn't there a rumor that it was gonna shadow drop? Like, wasn't that one of the rumors like a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
it was something like that.
So realistically, I think May and that 2-week break between the Switch 2 experiences is maybe the first likely slot, with June being the most likely time that it launches. But who knows? Maybe BenQ is kind of like D-Brand, who just says, fuck these companies. We don't give a shit. We hear something, we're telling you. Because that's D-Brand's attitude. They don't give a shit about these companies. They're multi-billion-dollar companies. We just want to sell our products.
Well, I have more for that too.
Oh, no.
Like that makes sense. So when I had asked about the Switch compatibility, again, we have a very long email chain, but long story short, they offered to provide me a dock that has unofficial patched firmware for it to be able to run on the Nintendo Switch and on Switch 2. But again, they mentioned that right out of the box, it's compatible with Switch 2 because it's HDMI 2.1. But they said the firmware is unofficial. They will not host it on their website. They don't have anything to do with it. They said you would be in charge of the Switch firmware, and you can either put it like in your description box and host it on a third-party website, or you can have people, reach out to you individually and you can give it to them. And that's why I had asked them, hey, more or less, like, obviously you guys know, I said, I'm like totally cool with that. Like, yeah, I'll be the bearer of this firmware. Like, I think that's cool. Whatever.
So like
Everyone's
want
got to reach out to me to get the
it's like
firmware.
they
Cool.
want it out there, but they know they can't be the ones to put it out there. Oh no.
Yeah,
how
and
many-
so really, that's my point, guys, is that like D-Brand, like Genki, that they're not licensed. They're not a licensed third party, right? So again, if they have that attitude like D-Brand, it makes total sense
Dude, what
because
if
they have no affiliation with Nintendo.
what if
in
they
that
spent
sense.
40 grand for a Switch 2 off the black market just to have someone secretly develop a firmware to make it work? But they're like, well, we can't actually put this out there because Nintendo will kill us, but someone else can do it.
Wow.
Me personally, I don't think the Switch 2 is launching in April. I think May sounds good. Possibly June, but I think May actually sounds good. I know it's kind of fast. May just, to me, feels like the sweet spot. What I think they could have meant is pre-orders launch in April, like that sort of launch. Like people are going to be able to start buying the console in April. I think that's
down.
Yep. I think that is the likely truth. But
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, of everything in that email, the thing I was most excited about was HDMI 2.1 because they outright said it, and that's why I was like, "Oh, this is great." I'm like, "This hasn't been confirmed." I got on Google. I'm like checking to see. I'm like, pretty sure it hasn't, and sure enough, it hasn't. So I'm like, okay, well, that's great. And I saw the date of April. Yeah, I saw the April date, and all I thought was like, well, I mean, I'm not sure about that, but if it happens, great. But I'm not going to hold my breath.
Yeah, right.
The best part about it was looking at the email was just how casual they just threw that out there. It was just so like you weren't prying for anything. You just asked a couple random questions. And like, oh yeah, well, since the console launches in April, A, B, C, D. It was just so casual the way they threw it out there.
That's why I said it sounded like it's just something they just assumed everyone knew. It's like, well, wait a second. The only rumors we had was May or June. Where is this coming from? You might as well just keep talking about, okay, I will gladly do Nintendo Switch 2, I'll make sure to bring it up and all of that. And, I think your product's priced pretty fair compared to whatever Switch 2 is going to be costing. Like, oh, yeah. And then they just drop the price of Switch 2 in the next email.
Right.
Like, oh, wait a second. What is happening? And then April 2nd comes and the price is exactly what they said. And you're like, oh, no. Get to the end of the direct. Launching this April, later this month. We're like, thank you. Nintendo will be coming to the door.
I was talking to my lady, Michaela, about it. And I was like, I don't know if it was on your podcast, Josh, or if it was on yours, John. But I know I was mentioning how Apple does things, and I had to look it up, but I think it was the latest iPhone. Apple announced it on, I think, September 9th, and they launched it. They announced it on the 9th, open pre-orders, and it was in your hands on the 19th, 10 days later. And it just goes back to like the kind of consumer we have now, where they want it right now. They wanted it yesterday. Instant gratification consumer. That's how it is now. So I'm not going to say like it can't happen in my mind, because it's like, if you want to cater to the current consumer, you do the direct on the 2nd, open pre-orders, you let people go play it throughout April, and then you launch it very soon, like end of April or May. Like, you capitalize on all that hype, because the longer you wait, the more the hype dies.
Let me add more fuel to the fire. I have some emails as well from accessory companies
Ooh.
and they're reaching out already to see if I want to do some videos on their stuff.
Yeah.
And it says, in March, I'll be sending you most of the accessories currently listed on the website. March. I'm not like,
Yeah.
why
yeah.
would they send the accessories that early?
There's a company. I won't say their name because it's a problem. I'm probably going to end up working with them on a sponsorship. But yeah, they're sending me some products in March too. Now, obviously, they know we can't have the Switch 2 on hand to do anything with it. But why do they want it on hand then, unless Switch 2 is launching relatively soon after the products will be in my hand, so I can actually feature them, day one, right, of the system. Like, you get it, and one of the things you do on your live stream or video is you put it in their they want their accessory there in that video. Now,
The micro SD Express cards are releasing the end of February, and those have not come out, and those are obviously going to be geared towards Switch 2 as well.
Yeah, we even saw that in the GameStop computers. They had them in there. Yeah.
Yep.
Listed for Switch.
A lot of things happening behind the scenes for sure.
So I think it's closer than a lot of people think.
You on the April train? Are you believing it?
I mean, I'm believing on the shadow drop. I think if anybody can do it, it's Nintendo.
I do agree with that part of it.
Could you imagine if they shadow dropped it? Like,
and people are not fun. People are taking all my fun away.
It's a Twitter drop. They do the Twitter drop.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only way available now on Twitter the day after.
Available at all your favorite retailers. The thing is like how could they shadow drop it and not have it leak? It's
gonna leak no matter what. It's gonna leak no matter what. Nintendo Switch 2 has leaked more than like any other console.
I'm not saying the system won't leak. I'm saying everyone would know it's a shadow drop because it would appear in the computer systems with a date, and they would have the Switch 2s in their damn store.
It's all part of the plan. All part of the plan.
They got that panty party bundle ready to go day one.
If they announced at the end of the April 2nd Direct, Switch 2 is available right now at your local retail store. Can you imagine the millions running to the retail stores? That's how Nintendo's fighting scalpers, everyone. There is no pre-orders.
Oh, if they do, they're not going to get a Switch 2. No one's going to get there if they run.
Well, actually, it's probably worse to do it that way because I think scalpers will be able to do it easier because that's all they do, right? They
online orders. I mean, look, even if it's available right now, online orders are still going to get scalped to hell. But it would just be the fact that in person, look, bots can't go buy it in person.
Yeah.
You got to go. You got to physically go to get it.
But people would have to take off work and
people have already taken off work for April 2nd. It's getting wild.
What day of the week is that?
Yeah, people are going to be parked outside their local GameStops and Targets and Best Buys watching.
Well, if it does leak, so
that they're ready to get out of their car and pre-order.
That's what I was going to say. I'll be at Best Buy.
I've already heard a lot of people saying like, "Hey, man, I'm going to watch your live reaction to all this. I'm going to be literally first in line at GameStop. I'm camping overnight to make sure I get a pre-order in." And I'm like, dude, this is wild. People are camping when they don't even know.
You should do it. It's content. You should do it. It's that's what that guy. Who was the guy that waited out in New York?
CDC or something. C and D.
Alex. But no, so like obviously I'm not going to be able to be parked outside the store because I got a show to do. But I had thought, I'm like, do I ask my wife to go park her ass out there?
That's
because here's the
spousal
thing,
abuse.
she'd be willing to do it. She would be willing. She probably won't go out there like many hours early, but she'd be willing to go out there like maybe an hour before the show starts, just in case pre-orders drop right when it ends, or even during the show. She'd be willing to do that. But you know how pissed she would be if she wasted her time there and pre-orders didn't go live that day? I would never live it down.
Pre-orders went live. Pre-orders went live in when they did the January reveal back for the Switch 1. Like they went live that night.
Yeah.
Wait, isn't it early morning this time around? Didn't they give us the time?
Yeah, we know it's at God.
It's 9 a.m.
Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. So
yeah, we're starting the live stream. real early.
Real early. I want to be live at 6
I think you should just live stream at GameStop. I mean,
Mhm.
why not just nip it in the bud?
GameStop gets really mad at me. They let me do
Do it in your car.
I know I tried, so I've done that before, but here's the problem. I'm trying to live stream react to the damn thing, and then I'm relying on my phone's internet to do all that. I'm not doing that. That'll be a really bad show.
Get a hotspot.
Yeah, it would be really bad. I'm not doing that. I have done live streams where I'm picking up systems and pre-ordering systems, absolutely. But those were just straight up just off my phone. I'm not also trying to restream an event at you and react to it kind of thing. Yeah, I'm willing to do that. And the day, assuming I get a pre-order at GameStop or something like that, yeah, I'm gonna go for the midnight launch. Because it might be the last midnight launch of a console ever.
Yeah.
I don't know if GameStop's going to be around next time for Nintendo. So I'm definitely going to try to get it at GameStop so I could do the midnight launch. Because that's maybe the only fun, like one of the most fun things about still caring about GameStops is the midnight launch of a new platform. Because it's just a gathering of hundreds of people and it's so fun and exciting. They usually plan like little events around it and food and, they try to have fun. You get little bonus pre-order items that you didn't even know you were going to get just because it's just fun.
I used to play live music at my GameStop, and we'd also set up a small fire pit. I'm not even joking. In the parking lot, there'd be a fire pit. I'd set up my amp and guitar and like sing live, like do live music for a couple hours.
We did a lot of that. Every time, actually since the Wii, I brought a projector and a generator, and we'll set it up on Best Buy's wall. They've even let us plug it in one time. It was for the Wii. They gave us an extension cable and let us plug it in inside, so we didn't have to use the generator while they were open, which was really nice because it was nice to be able to save that for the nighttime. So much fun though. Camping out is a blast. When we camped out for Wii, we camped out Friday, Saturday, got the Wii on Sunday.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I will tell you this, guys. If I don't get, because I got to get 5 total pre-orders. If I don't get all 5, or I don't get any, guarantee I will be camping out at Walmart to try to get like the 2 systems that they'll have that they'll sell in store that weren't pre-ordered. Because they always do. Walmart's always got like 2 to 5 day one. That if you camp out and you're like the first 2 people in line, you will get it. So it sucks though, because see, last time I did that was for Wii U. That's how I got Wii U day one. I didn't have a pre-order, so I camped out in Walmart because it was 24 hours. So I showed up like 8 hours early. So I'm like, no one's talking about Wii U. I don't think I need to actually be there like a whole day early. Nope, no one even knew what was going on. I walked to the electronics section. I'm like, hey, so where do I stand or sit? What do you mean? Wii U. It launches at midnight. Where do you want me to sit? Do you want me to wait outside the store? Oh, no. Oh, yeah. What? Wait, what? They got a manager. Oh, yeah, that Nintendo system's launching at midnight. This guy's going to wait to try to get one of the ones we have available to buy. So, yeah, you can just stand right here because it's out of the way. I'm like, oh. And then literally everyone kept coming to electronics for 8 straight hours. I'd just be like, what are you doing? I'm waiting for Nintendo's new system. It launches at midnight. I created a line. People were like, wait a second. Nintendo's got a new Wii? Yeah, it's coming. Get in line, baby. They only had 2. They had a white one and a black one, and that was it. And I got to choose which one. And I'm like, well, I'll take the black one. It's got the most storage, right? Turns out the white one would have been the right choice. That was the one that became valuable because it got discontinued so damn fast.
We were first in line for the Wii, obviously, because we got there on Friday. And obviously, as the day went on, or the night, and then into Saturday, the line started forming. And so everyone went up to my cousin Jim and I to like operate the line as well. And so we got a Sharpie and put numbers on everyone's hand for where they are in line so they could actually like get out of line and, go walk to the gas station to go to the bathroom and like, try and take a little freshen up bath in the bathrooms there. But dude, it was so much fun. Like if you have the opportunity to do it, I say this to everyone in chat too, you should do it because again, who knows how much longer these things will be going on for. Sadly, the PS5 we couldn't camp out for because of COVID.
But
Obviously, the Xbox as well. But the first time I camped out for a console was the GameCube in high school, and I have pictures from it still at our local Best Buy, and it's like one of my fondest gaming memories is actually camping out for consoles. So if you've never done it and you have the means to do it, and especially if you have to, like if you can't get a pre-order, go do it. It's so much fun. You meet a lot of like-minded people that are just super hyped, but in person.
So,
dude, I couldn't agree more. Real quick, I've only camped out for one console in my life with one of my really good friends. We camped out in our mall for the Wii, and we were. I was second in line. My buddy was third in line, and they had like Cinnabon showed up super early and was passing out Cinnabon samples. Yeah, and there was a bunch of like cool stuff going on. And it was a thrilling and horrifying experience. My when I went to check out, the bank froze my card. It like triggered is this a legit purchase?
My heart
froze my card. Dude, I panicked and I said, please give me 5 minutes to call my bank, get cash out of the ATM and get this. Please do not sell this console. And they're like, okay, we'll hold it for 20 minutes max. I'm like, thank you. I run to the ATM. The ATM sucks up my card and won't give it back. Yeah, I can't get heart's going crazy. I'm panicking. I need a change of pants at this point. I'm able to get a worker to assist and get my card back, but it was like a roller coaster of like hype, panic, hype. And then by the time I got back home, I was so stoked to play Twilight Princess. But all the emotions and adrenaline, I ended up passing out. Like I just like completely passed out when I got home. I was emotionally drained, but it was an epic night to say the least.
So what you're saying is, if you do it this time, Gamebird, because you didn't get a pre-order in and you're panicking, bring cash.
Yes, cash. I know this time it would be
where you going? Where are you gonna be at?
No card.
What location will you be at?
Look,
no reason. You just have a bunch of cash on you.
You gotta not let John Debo know where anyone lives. Anyway, speaking of launch stuff, we got a new little thing we're gonna be doing for the next 6 shows, and it begins with Thunderstash. What are we talking about?
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually go ahead and share my screen, and again, I'm just going to throw this out here. This is only the second time I've done PowerPoint, so mind it. It may not look great, but I tried. And I want to make it clean because we're going to be doing this for 6 weeks.
Yeah, unlimited time too, because we didn't know until today that we were going to run with this. So
yeah, I didn't start doing it until like about two hours before the show. So here we go. Okay, here's the cover page. Nintendo launch retrospective.
I like it.
This is the introduction, guys. This is the agenda. So we're going to go over the introduction, the primary goals, the timeline, the launch games. Here we are. Welcome to our Nintendo Switch 2 launch retrospective. So over the next 6 weeks, we are diving deep into the launch lineups of Nintendo's past consoles and handhelds, all leading up to the big reveal of the Switch 2 launch games on April 2nd. Join us as we stroll down memory lane, analyze the hits and misses, and let me tell you, after building out this PowerPoint, I was like, what were they thinking launching these games? So it'll be interesting. And of course, we're going to speculate about the future, and that will be in week 6, which I'll show you guys on the timeline. Primary goals is to plan for the product launch. So again, we're breaking down the historical launch lineups week by week. from the NES to the Switch 1, leading up to our bold and final Switch 2 launch predictions on March 26th. That's the last podcast we're having before the Switch 2. So we have to do it then. And, hopefully by revisiting Nintendo's iconic beginnings, we'll build the hype for the next big thing, the Switch 2, and we'll kind of get an idea of where this is all going to go and how realistic we can be with the Switch 2 launch lineup. Area focus, past, present, and predictions. We're going to revisit the iconic launch lineups with, of course, the glorious box art displays. Analyze what made or broke each launch. Discuss how these historical launches could influence the Switch 2. Make the bold predictions, and then hype up the April 2nd Direct like there's no tomorrow. And what would a Switch 2 be without a quote from legendary Reggie? Gamebird, can you read this for me?
Absolutely. This says, "Hello, my name is Reggie, and I'm about kicking ass." Or actually, yeah, hold on, wait, I need to fix something real quick. I'm going to read this. Just give me 1 second to zoom in so I can do this the right way. Whoops. There we go. "Hi, my name's Reggie, and I'm about kicking ass and taking names. And we're about making games." Was that good? Was that good, guys?
I'm here for it.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
One of a kind. One of a kind.
That's exactly how he said it, by the way.
Absolutely. You get the seal of quality for that.
Thank you.
All right. Here's the launch timeline. And I hope everyone knows who this is in the top left. Chat, I'm
Josh.
talking to you.
It's the younger version of me.
Yeah, it's Captain N. So this is our timeline here. So today we're going to go over the NES, Game Boy, and Game Boy Color. And then you guys can see the rest. Next week is the SNES. Yes, we are going to talk about the Virtual Boy. We're not going to abandon it. The 5th, we got the GameCube and the GBA. The 12th, the Wii and the DS. Then the 19th, the Wii U and the 3DS. Then on the 26th is the Switch 1 launch. And then Switch 2 predictions. Those are our final predictions, all leading up to April 2nd for the Switch 2 Direct. And with that said, I have some classic imagery there for you guys to kind of bring you back and get you in the mood for what we're about to talk about, which is the NES, the Game Boy, and the Game Boy Color. Now, let me ask you guys, what color Game Boy Color did you own?
I had the green, the lime green.
Kiwi, right? Was it Kiwi?
I don't know. I was a child.
Yeah.
I have the see-through.
Yeah, same. The like the atomic purple see-through. I forget what they called it for the
Atomic
Game Boy.
purple, yeah.
Was the Game Boy one called atomic purple still, or was that for?
I think so.
Okay, yeah, that's the one I had.
It's the best.
I was
Yeah.
thrilled too.
My first one was the green, and I now own the green and the purple see-through.
Nice.
Oh, and somebody actually for my 40th birthday made me a custom one that has my logo. So I guess I have 3.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Awesome.
Oh, so cool. And the D-pad and the buttons are all the same color buttons as the N64 controller.
Oh, that's
So-
sick.
And the lens has
Beautiful.
Mario on it. It's very, very cool. So
I still have
Hell
mine.
yeah, dude.
Now let me ask you, does anyone own the Tommy Hilfiger Game Boy Color? You guys remember that?
I don't remember the
No.
Tommy Hilfiger one.
Yeah, well, I was looking at Game Boy Color variations today. I was like, oh my God, that's too funny. All right. So here we go. Let's talk the NES, okay? And I would like to briefly ask you about each game because we don't have all day to talk about these, but 10-yard fight. Did you play it?
No, is that a football game? It looks like a football game.
It's a
Yeah,
football game.
It
Yep.
is.
Yeah, I didn't play that one.
Nor did I. I remember seeing it. I remember hearing about it, but never played it.
I played it. It sucks. It's always sucked. Like from the beginning. It's very slow. Very slow. All right, how about baseball?
That one sucks too. Like that, I played that on NSO.
I played that one.
Hours and hours and hours of baseball.
Yeah, I played a lot of that one.
I will say that I played a lot of it too. I actually liked baseball. It's not my favorite baseball game on the NES. That honor goes to none other than Baseball Stars.
Yes. Yes.
Dude, that game is the shit. It's so
that
good.
game rocks.
Better than RBI?
Oh yeah, way better.
Wow.
Not even close, Josh.
Hmm.
Baseball Stars is by SNK.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
And it's also on Neo Geo. And on Neo Geo, it is so good. Like totally over the top, huge sprites. Yeah, honestly, it's a very, very good game on the NES. But okay. Clue Clue Land.
I played it.
I have not played Clue Clue Land.
I believe
Nope.
I played it. I think I played it on like
NES Remix.
yeah, exactly. I don't think I played the full game, but I played it on that.
Yeah, this top row is a bust for me. I've only played
Even Duck Hunt?
one of these. No, I've played Duck Hunt.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, like the row 2 and 3, I've played the majority of the titles.
Yeah, Clue Clue Land I played. I didn't love it. You guys notice the box art on that is the rupee from Zelda?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they used a lot of assets back then. Like they shared assets from games. I think you can see that in like Metroid and Kid Icarus. There's a lot of
Mhm.
similarities in the assets too. Obviously, we all played Duck Hunt. Probably
Yeah,
have fond
iconic.
memories of that.
Played the hell out of that game, man.
Yep. Same.
Yeah.
Came
Did
out
you
on
guys-
Wii U the year everything got everything
Yeah,
got
it
shut
was-
down by Lizard Squad.
Wasn't that like Christmas Eve?
Christmas Day.
It was Christmas
Mhm.
Day.
Yeah.
Did you guys go right up to the TV to shoot the ducks?
Always.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah.
you had to, right? Like that was the winning move back then.
Mhm.
Okay, so of course, Excite Bike. I mean,
Excite Bike was phenomenal.
Fantastic.
Great music.
yes.
So many fond memories of that game.
In my opinion,
I just remember the acceleration. Well, I mean, I've played it recently because of the World Championships, but the acceleration noise sticks in my head.
yeah, for me, it is because like there's other Excite games that came out after. This is the best one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I love this one. The title screen music. Like I can hear it right
Yes.
now.
Yes. Yeah, and the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Excite Bike track.
Oh, I
The
love it.
music is
Best-
insane.
Best track.
And
Yeah,
it
it brings
has
you
like
back.
200 different variations.
Yeah,
so
which
cool.
is amazing, and not
Mhm.
enough people talk about that. Josh.
The music's so good though. So good. Like, and being able to create a track, that game I think is in its own line, which is like the creative series or something along those lines. Something like that. So
Yeah, it's nuts that you could create your own track on the NES, like on the NES hardware. That's crazy.
did you guys ever do that where you just tried to you could just go like get going as fast as possible and jump as far as possible and never overheat? Like that's what I love doing
All the
when I was,
time.
yeah.
All the time. It's just like building a ramp and setting it up outside in the street, except you're doing it on the TV.
Yep.
Yeah, it was awesome, man.
Hmm.
How about golf?
Hours and hours.
Yeah.
I probably have like 300 hours in that game. Same sound effects as baseball too.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Once again, the shared assets. Is this your favorite golf game on the NES, or are you guys NES open?
I like this one more.
This one is my
Yeah, I
favorite.
like golf more as well.
I can remember hitting a hole in one with and so pretty much the majority of these games, as I talk about them, were all played with my dad. Like we played. He was like, no fighting games. You can play sports games, but boxing was okay. I'm like, I don't understand the rules, but whatever. So yeah, black box, baseball, and golf, and Excitebike. He didn't care as much about duck. Well, I take that back. We did clay pigeons a lot. So, yeah. So, but golf, yeah, we played. Anytime I hear that sound effect, I made it when we were doing baseball. That woo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and this hole in one sound, and it was like blink, and it was just.
Yep.
It was so good. Yeah, just loved it.
It's a really good golf game. It's kind of crazy, but
Well, it has that Easter egg in it, right? Or there was something. Remember during the Switch's lifespan, because Iowata was tied to it, there was a certain date, and then you could play golf or something. I can't remember the whole story, but
I do remember that. I do. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up after now. Okay, Ice Climber.
Trash. This game is trash.
Ouch.
What don't you like about it? The jumping
Climber.
mechanic.
The jumping is horrible.
We can say that about almost every NES.
Yeah, I guess I'm playing these games kind of like
Too late.
modern lens, because I played a lot of them on the World Championships that just came
World
out.
Championships, yeah.
And like doing the Ice Climber levels, I'm like, oh, this sucks. I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, so I still remember like playing Ice Climber as a kid and knowing that you have to line up your jumps a certain way in order to only break one block of ice and get through it. Like there's a way to do it. But yeah, it's not at all like user friendly. So if anyone's playing that for the first time, I know it can be frustrating, which is why I asked to use it because of the jump, because I just knew that was it.
Yeah, jumping's rough.
All right. The next one, I mean, does it need an introduction? Kung Fu. The bad guy was Mr. X.
oh yes.
And well, I'm going to say this off the top of my head. Was your girlfriend's name Sylvia?
Ooh.
Someone fact check me.
Okay, I'll check.
But oh my God, I love this game. Like, I always wanted to borrow it from my cousin. Huge fan of Kung Fu. Absolutely great game. Did you guys play it?
Absolutely. Kung Fu, I played the crap out of this game. When I was a kid, my first console was an NES, and it was a hand-me-down. And I got the NES with the gold Legend of Zelda cartridge, and that was like my start journey to becoming a gamer. But then I had an uncle who had a bunch of NES games, and he was done playing, so he gave me a bunch. Kung Fu was in that. He gave me like 8 or 9 games. Kung Fu was in there, and it was one of the favorites out of the batch that he gave me.
Lucky.
I never played Kung Fu, even to this day.
Sylvia was the correct name.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. One of guys in the chat, Captain Bacon, said Sonia, I think. And I'm like, shoot, that sounds right. And I thought I was wrong. But now, thank you. I'm glad it, I'm just glad my memory serves me correct still. Because that was so long ago that I've thought about that name. Nate, you need to play Kung Fu. What the heck, man?
Yeah.
It's really good.
I've really never played it. Is it on NSO?
No, unfortunately.
Oh,
It's not?
I mean, I'm just looking at chat right now. It says, why is Kung Fu not on NSO? So
Oh, dude, that's some horse shit. How is that not on there? There's
promise
no reason.
I will play it if it gets added.
Okay, good. Well, hopefully it does. It's very good.
the thing with most of these games, or not most of them, but the ones that really stand out as special to me, is they were also arcade games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kung
you got a
Fu
lot
was
of
one
that.
that I played more in the arcade than I did on an NES.
So in
Nope.
the arcade, it was Kung Fu Master?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Were these all day one launch titles?
Yes. These
What
were
a
the
killer lineup.
yeah, the black box launch titles, and obviously there were more black box games to come after this, like Kid Icarus, Metroid. That's not shown here, but yeah, these were the games on launch day in 1985.
It's pretty wild when you think about it, because this was this was really what saved console gaming, the idea of console gaming, and to launch with, we haven't gotten to Mario Bros, but to launch with Mario Bros, and then a number of really cool titles like Excite Bike and Kung Fu and
I-
Duck Hunt and
I don't wanna get
all the go
I
ahead.
don't wanna get myself, but I'm looking at this launch lineup right now, and I don't know if anything tops it. This is like a GOAT launch lineup.
I know it is really good.
Mhm.
It's really good.
Yeah, no doubt. Pinball, guys, have we played it?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Nope.
You know where I played it the most?
NSO.
Animal Crossing.
Oh,
Oh,
dude, I love that about Animal Crossing.
I did play it on Animal Crossing. Yep.
Then they realized they could charge us $5 a pop.
Yeah, I'm a big fan actually of the pinball game. It is really fun. Even in the box art right there, where was it Mario's? What would you call that he's holding?
Paddle. Or
The table from Pong.
Yeah, it almost like there's parts of it that are almost like what Arkanoid?
Scaffolding.
Well, it's
it does
reminiscent
look like
of,
scaffolding.
of
yeah.
Brick Breaker in Super Mario Party Jamboree, which, yes, Arkanoid or Alleyway is.
Yeah. Which is fun. Like, so it combines that into the pinball game. It's really fun, and correct me if I'm wrong, but can't you spell Nintendo in it? Like you can collect letters.
I believe so, but it's been a hot minute. So
Yeah, which is really cool too. Bubble Bobble had that as well, which is an awesome game. Okay, Stack Up. Have we played Stack Up?
No, that one's a
No.
blind spot for me.
Nope.
This is a Rob game.
I never played it. I knew I never got to experience Rob as a kid, unfortunately.
I think
How
I've
about-
seen people play it, but I haven't played it.
See, I'm
So-
slightly younger than you guys, so I never really like played NES. My first system was Super Nintendo, so I only had played like the big titles.
Right.
So you guys probably didn't play Gyromite, but what about Hogan's Alley?
Oh yeah.
I played Hogan's Alley. Yep.
Hogan's Alley. Let me just tell you, when I first played it, I said, "Why the fuck did I waste all these hours on Duck Hunt? This is way better. This game rocks."
Hogan's Alley is a lot better than Duck Hunt. For whatever reason, I was way worse at Hogan's Alley than Duck Hunt. Obviously, there's more challenge to the
Yeah.
game,
Harder,
but like I don't know why I couldn't aim for crap.
dude, the can game
Yeah.
in there. Oh my god, I wasted so many hours trying to like get all the hits and count all the can hits. Oh my god.
It's a good one though.
It is. I'm kind of a crack shot at the game.
It's awesome.
If you guys know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I mean, the next one definitely needs no introduction. Super Mario Brothers.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. And I said Mario Bros either. It was just I misspoke. It's obviously Super.
It was a
Mario
year
Bros.
later.
Yeah, oddly enough, the arcade version came out later. Thankfully, it did, because had they reversed that, maybe things wouldn't have ended up so well. Because Super Mario Brothers changed the world.
Dude,
Mhm.
it's so good. I mean, I think Josie Woe just did a retrospective on it, on like how this game just holds up over time. It's just so good.
It really does. Like I played it on the Nintendo World Championship, and I got the highest rank you can get. I forget. I made a video on it.
That's awesome, man.
But to beat the game in I think I beat the game in 6 or 7 minutes, which is stupid and mind-boggling because it's not an easy game. Like if you just try and jump into it and run through it, you're gonna die. There's no save points. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's old school tough. So you have to memorize everything to a T and know what every enemy is going to do based on where you jump if you want to get through it at a record time. It's actually really fun to challenge yourself to do that. But growing up, I could never do that. It is a tough game. Damn good though. You guys play tennis?
Real quick about Super Mario Brothers, I think one of the best things, like the best memories for me, is anytime my mother hears the opening track, right?
Oh.
Or that she has told me multiple times. Every time I hear you play that or I hear the first level, she goes, it just takes me back to when all her kids were little and she's making dinner, I'm sitting in the living room playing, and
yeah.
It's just it's iconic. There's no other way to put it.
Dude, so my mom is the same way. 100%. And I'm the youngest. I know you have a lot of siblings, right, Josh?
I'm the oldest of 6.
Yeah, I'm the youngest of 3. So you have double, but it was the same thing. Like, my mom has the fondest memories of Nintendo and of the Mario music and the Zelda music. She remembers everything. Like when I made my video on Yo Noid, she's like, "Oh, I remember you guys playing Yo Noid all the time." And Maniac Mansion, she'll remember the total niche games, right? That not a lot of people will play. My mom remembers everything about it. I'm like, that's wild. I'm impressed. Yeah, it's cool. Tennis. Did you guys play this?
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
I played it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. For tennis on Nintendo, I prefer Racket Attack. Game's pretty badass. Wild Gunman. This is basically walking through Arizona in the 80s. It's pretty awesome. It's like a documentary on Arizona.
Yeah, I played it. It's hella fun.
Yeah. Fantastic.
You guys remember this in Back to the Future Part 2?
Oh yeah.
Wild Gunman, when they go into the Cafe 80s, and who's playing it? What's his name?
Elijah Wood.
Elijah Wood. Yeah, Elijah Wood's playing Wild Gunman, and Marty goes up and he's like, "Let me teach you kids how to do this. I'm a crack shot at this." And he takes everybody out, and they're like, "You had to use your hands? It's like a baby's toy." He's like, "What?" That was the future, man.
Yeah.
That was what 20. What year was that?
2015, wasn't it?
2015.
2015, yeah. Yeah, the future, man. Wrecking Crew.
Loved it.
It's actually pretty fun. It's pretty addicting.
I didn't own it, but one of my best friends did. And every time I'd do a sleepover or whatever, we would play Wrecking Crew and Donkey Kong for hours and hours.
Well, what was cool is you could beat the game and then you can continue playing. Right? And it gets harder on a lot of these games, and your score will continue to go up. So you had a reason to keep playing after you beat the game too, which I appreciate it. Yeah, great game. So that's the NES. This was the launch lineup. we're going to jump into the other two, and I got to say they're a lot smaller, so we'll get through them a lot quicker. But overall, do you guys think this was a good launch lineup?
Yeah, GOAT. I don't even know if there is going to be a
Yeah.
better one for Nintendo.
Yeah, it's amazing. And again, it's coming off of like a dying industry where we had no idea video games would go to where they went today. So, I mean, it really really goes to show you what great software can do for hardware.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wonder why Nintendo thinks software sells hardware.
It is crazy though, like 16 first-party games. That's something we'll obviously never see.
We'll
again.
never see that again. Yeah.
Ever.
Well, and it's a little bit cheating, right? Because the Famicom was out in Japan, and then so by the time it hit over here,
October 1985.
Don't care what the reasons are. Killer lineup.
no, we win. Yeah, like we definitely win.
I will say though, I actually don't know if this is going to be goated, only because like looking at this, I mean, for the time, it's obviously like this is just nuts. And even looking back, it's nuts. But I mean, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these games are sports games. You know, so if you thought about it in today's standards, if you know Switch 2 launches with 5 sports games in its first year, you know,
But these were good sports games.
yes, they were good sports games.
There's a difference.
That is fair. But it's going to be interesting to reflect and look at some of the other. I'm real excited to see what's to come as we do this series.
Yeah, it should be fun. So yeah, don't look ahead because it'll be fun.
I'm definitely not going to look up the launch lineup.
No, I'm not looking at. I'm
Yeah.
not looking up anything.
All right. So you guys ready to move on to the Game Boy?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. That's the launch lineup.
So
a lot
good.
smaller.
But amazing.
Quality.
Quality,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
One thing I gotta say though is like you gotta give credit for that console box art.
Oh, dude, it's
Dude,
the best. That's the coolest box art ever
It's so good.
that
for-
Nintendo's
so
done.
good for that era too. Like perfect marketing for that era.
yeah,
Oh.
1989, and that looks like the future. Like, if you
Yep.
saw that in '89, like that is cutting edge.
That's what it felt like. It felt like you were playing NES games in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
It was awesome.
Yeah. So, Super Mario Land. How do we feel about it?
It was
Great game.
Great
This-
it was great
Go
that
ahead.
it was Mario on a handheld. I mean, it's definitely not the better of the Super Mario Land games, but to just have it available on the Game Boy right away, huge.
I played it today actually, and it was a very fun nostalgia trip. Just listening to the music,
Yeah.
seeing the sprites. You know, it's funny how it literally followed the same basic art style as the Super Mario Brothers, and then in the second game they figured they could make everything much bigger and, you know, give Mario like a little more of a 3-dimensional look than just the 2-dimensional look.
Yeah.
And so and even the way they've incorporated like the some of the Mario Land stuff into Mario Maker 2, you know, it's just it's a stellar launch title. There's no question.
Yeah, I loved Mario Land. I mean, number 2 I think is maybe my favorite, but
Yeah.
I mean, I put so many damn hours into Mario Land, man. Oh,
Yeah, same here. This one, you know, I'm not going to compare it to Super Mario Land 2, which I personally liked better, but I have incredible memories with the first game, hours and hours, you know, playing on the road, you know, like anytime I was in the car, in the back seat playing this game, and the music. I remember the music of this game so fondly, like
Mhm.
probably above everything else that I remember about this game. The music is kind of like
Mhm.
ingrained in my memory.
I'm with you on that. Like 100%. The music definitely brings me back every time I play it. I really love the soundtrack for the game. And it's wild because it's on a Game Boy. They only had so many resources. And again, yeah, just like you guys, I put in so many hours on Super Mario Land. Love this game. Still love it today. I would say that I probably like the 6 golden coins better, Super Mario Land 2, just because it's got more variety, it's got more power-ups. But this game is just great. And I gotta say, I still love the box art. Because again,
Oh, yeah.
you know how it is, guys. Going to the store as a kid, you can't go on YouTube and watch a video. There's no internet. Your parents probably aren't going to buy you a video game magazine. They've already spent enough money on the console and the video games. They're not going to start buying you magazines. If you want a subscription to Nintendo Power, you better pay for it yourself. Better go get a job. Better start handing out flyers in the neighborhood
I was spoiled.
to mow lawns.
My grandma got me the Nintendo Power subscription.
Oh, good for you, man. Like,
My parents couldn't afford anything.
yeah,
All the games I played were rentals.
yeah.
But I grew up very poor. But my grandma was like, "You love Nintendo, don't you? This is magazine. We're gonna subscribe." So hey, she kind of figured, look, your parents don't want you playing games all the time, but they can't complain if you're reading
Exactly.
about games.
Yeah, that's so cool.
That was the trick.
Of course, we had the Juggernaut. The world changed this day. It really did. Have you guys seen the Tetris documentary that came out like a year or two ago?
The biopic with
And the movie.
Taron Egerton.
It was the movie. It came out on
on Apple TV.
Apple,
It was
yeah.
Apple,
Yeah.
Dude, personally, I thought that was phenomenal. And I know the
It's really
story
good.
pretty well, right? I think we all do. And I thought it was pretty accurate too.
Look, this game's an icon.
Yeah.
Period. Never gets old. Billion versions of it today because the entire concept is just brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, look, put it this way. The NES already existed, and Mario was already a household name. Tetris is what's remembered from launch, not Mario Land. Tetris is the game
Yep.
that made Game Boy explode. Just insane.
I mean, talk about a picture that you can hear just by looking at it. You know,
Yeah.
I look at that box art and I hear the chiptune music of the Tetris theme song
Such a good song.
running through my head, and everyone played it. Whether you were a child, a senior citizen,
Yeah.
a businessman,
You can-
everybody played
hard
it.
to. Everyone can play at the beginning. You get deeper and deeper, and let me tell you, holy shit! People today struggle to beat this game. Today, the original, the OG.
The thing I remember most about this game is Christmas 1989. I didn't own a Game Boy until I was in my 20s. So I was 8 when Game Boy came out. And my aunt and uncle purchased, they didn't have kids yet, I don't think. Yeah, 88 or 89. They might have had one, but they just said, okay, for Christmas this year, we're just going to buy each other Game Boys. And so that Christmas night, getting to link cable and play Versus on Tetris and seeing Mario and Luigi on the screen as you're playing against each other, it was a very, very special, like it was so fun. Like, it was just so much fun. I was so jealous I couldn't play it all the
Link
time.
cable, and like people didn't even realize it at launch about the link cable stuff. Oh my god, when you did it with that game, it literally this is back in the day, guys. Multiplayer like this just wasn't a thing.
Nope.
And
You had to plug your consoles into each other.
like Mario and Luigi, who aren't in the game normally, are just there.
Mm-hmm.
And your mind is just fucking blown because so many people wouldn't even realize this was a thing. Tetris is just. Here's the thing. I know I said like the NES launch lineup's goated. I think it is, but this game is more iconic than even the original Mario Brothers. Oh my gosh, I can't say enough about Tetris. Just and when you know the story behind it. And how we're lucky this game even exists at all.
Yeah.
Like
Very.
the hoops that had to be jumped through for this to be there. And
Espionage.
the main guy who fucking the guy basically committed crimes to make this thing happen because he knew the world needed to fucking play this game.
And he got ran out of the country. Like,
Yeah.
literally from what I've read, he had to literally make a run for it, which in the movie, yeah, it's like a car chase scene, which of course is dramatized, but he did have to like literally bolt out of the country.
Guys,
Otherwise he might have been staying there in a cell.
If this is making you interested at all, just at least go on Apple TV and watch the movie. Yeah, it's not 100% accurate, but it'll give you enough to appreciate. Like the game's already amazing. You will appreciate this game even more if you understand what went into this game, even existing, and like who a lot of people don't even realize who the original creator was, and everything that went through, and especially with all the tensions with the countries back then. Oh man,
Cold War was still fully intact.
Yeah, it was, but the game made it, and holy shit, it is. I mean, I don't even know how many copies this thing has sold in our lifetime. It's insane.
Yeah, that would be interesting to find out. God, insane. Yeah, that's another thing about this launch lineup, guys, is that like you had Mario Land.
The number for 520 million.
Oh my god!
Oh, wow.
Not a single game has sold more than Tetris. It's the highest selling video game of all time.
Better be.
Yeah, insane. So when we say this is like the GOAT of all games, like you can like games better more than this. That's fine. But the impact of Tetris is unmatched.
Yeah, the impact, no doubt. As I say, you guys noticed that, like, so Tetris had Mario and Luigi in it. Tennis, you got Mario here.
Yeah,
Baseball, you got Mario here.
They're leaning a little on Mario. Mario than
yeah.
that.
And Alleyway, you got Mario here at the control station. It was Mario was in every single launch title, in some way, shape, or form.
I mean, yeah, Mario after he blew up on NES. I mean, yeah, you're gonna put him on everything.
So that leads to the next game. Did you guys play Alleyway?
I've actually never heard of this one.
It's like Brick Breaker. Have you ever played Brick Breaker on like BlackBerry? I had a BlackBerry phone and I played Brick Breaker all the time on it. Well, and that's I guess Alleyway, was that the first one that had it, or
Arkanoid, I believe, was probably the first. Well, actually, this goes back. This predates the NES. Brick Breaker for Nintendo goes back to like the TV game 15 or one of those, like, you know, where they were only in Japan.
Yeah.
But then Arkanoid on the NES had its own controller that was just a knob, so you could just turn it left or right to control the paddle.
It's on NSO. You should definitely check it out.
Yeah, it's super fun. And the best way to play it now is on Jamboree. In the Koopathlon mode, there's a Brick Breaker mode, and you can do it from Mini Game Bay. And it's one of the things in my community where everybody's trying to get the high score, like, because it's it's timed. You can only go for like a total of like 3 minutes. It's 60 seconds for each board, and there's 3 boards, so really, really fun.
Yeah, I agree. It's worth playing. Worth checking out today. And then again, baseball and tennis. you can't launch a Nintendo console or handheld without baseball and tennis. Even look at Wii Sports. You got to have baseball and tennis. They're staples in Nintendo launch lineups. Did you guys play these?
Oh yeah,
They were good.
Yeah. yeah, especially baseball.
Aren't they pretty much the same as like the NES versions?
Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. So if you're
Yeah, I
buying a
never got
Game
these
Boy,
ones for the Game Boy. I had some of the sports games on the NES, so I skipped out when it came to the Game Boy ones.
Yeah, I didn't care about the Game Boy ones until we got to the Game Boy Color with Mario Tennis and
of course,
Yeah.
Camelot.
mm-hmm.
All right. So what do you guys think of the launch lineup here? How would you rate it?
I think it's
I would
strong.
Give it an A because of Tetris.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have those launch lineups where you have like that goated game, and it doesn't really matter what else was there because you really only needed the one game. And despite that, we also had a new Mario game.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's Nintendo's first true handheld on the market. So I wouldn't have expected this to have as big of a starting library as the NES.
Was this the first?
This is good.
Was this the first gaming handheld that had the cartridges to have multiple games? Because gaming handhelds existed before this, but they were like single game systems.
Tiger Electronics ring a bell?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the first one to have cartridges.
Yeah, so I think it's the first one that had. I mean, there might have been one that had like 2 games on it or something, but because obviously I don't know every single of those individual handheld games back in the day because I only have the ones that I played. But
Yeah, everything else was one game, like the Tiger Electronics or like the Nintendo Game and Watch.
there's this really old school one that was like from the 70s. It was a football game with these little switches you would physically.
I
move on.
know. I know which one, the vertical one. Yeah.
Fuck, it was huge, but
Yeah, it was awesome.
it was awesome back when I was a kid.
Yeah, when we were kids, that was so cool.
People
We've
tend
come
I
a
tried to
long
show it
way.
to my kids because my grandma had it because it was my dad's one of his things when he was a kid, and I showed it to my kids and they're like, "What is this? This sucks." I'm like, "Well, yeah." Look,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. Okay, yeah, this isn't the greatest video game of all time, all right. But like back in the day when you didn't know any better, like yeah, this was the shit.
And the screens on those things would get like the burn-in too. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, burning was horrible.
You could like after having it for a few years, you couldn't even see what was on the screen because like everything was burnt in.
Do you guys think that our eyes were possibly damaged at a young age from the screen? Like from long-term use? Like the squinting, like the strain you put on them at a young age?
Put
I
it
don't
this way,
know.
I
Possibly.
I was the first person in my family to have glasses, even before my grandparents. So that's an absolute yes.
Yeah, I want to think so.
I don't know about eyes for me, but I think I definitely have some neck damage from playing the demos at stores back in the day.
Oh,
You know, where they put like the
It's a
CRT
look up.
monitor would be like 10 feet up
that was a good idea to put the TV
for like an hour.
Did we all do that where like we'd go to the store with mom or dad, usually mom, and if it's like Target or
Yeah.
like Kmart back in the day,
Yep.
any store that you know, there's a
They drop
kiosk.
me off in the electronics section and they say, "We'll see you when we're done."
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we had asked permission like back in the day. We can't just like leave my mom's side if we're at the store, and we get into trouble a lot with two older brothers. But you know, like we'd have to earn the opportunity to go over to the kiosk, right, and play. And eventually we got it, but that was the first thing you did, right? Is that, hey, mom, I'm gonna go to the electronics section. I want to go check out the games and see if there's any new demos to play. Like every time, like that was sometimes that's why you went and ran errands with your parents, is just so you can go see if there's anything new, if there's any new games on the shelf, because that was the only way to know.
Yep.
We didn't have
I
launch
remember-
dates back then.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that feeling of like feeling defeated when you get to the electronics area and there's like a line of kids playing.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
the worst.
Depressed. You're just like
Oh.
super depressed.
You
You know
knew
it's
you
gonna be a while. There's
were
that
gonna
kid
get
who's
shot.
like terrible and too young.
Yeah,
Who's
and
just
you're like, dude,
Staying there.
how
Yeah.
long is this kid gonna be on here? I really hope his mom comes
I
over
was
soon.
there. There was like 4 kids in front of me, and I'm like, "Fuck!" My parents will be done shopping before I even get to touch this thing. I'm
Yeah.
literally going to get to select a demo, and I'm out.
Exactly. Like my mom
Right.
had a list. She knew exactly where to go. She knew
Yeah.
what was on what aisle. So it's
Yeah.
like, shoot, I
You're
don't have
like,
a
you're
lot
gonna
of
be at the-
time here, bro.
Yeah, we're going to be like 15, 20 minutes in this store. Like that's it.
Yeah, they didn't want to spend a lot of time there because they don't
Yeah.
want to spend more money. It was like we need to be in and out always. That's how I am now too.
Yeah. But you better believe when I got my hands on whatever console it was, the 64 I feel like was the one I played a lot in stores. I took my sweet ass time. I ain't leaving for no one.
Well, I played a ton of
Till
GameCube.
mama comes and says, "Let's go, honey." I ain't living for no one.
Dude, I was going to Best Buy after school to play Rogue Leader.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, like I was literally, we were all blown away. We would go to Best Buy after school and just go hang out at the kiosk until it was time to camp out at that Best Buy for the GameCube. Yeah, good times. All right, so we're gonna move on to the last one. This is a short one. It's Game Boy Color. It's small. It's so small I added in 2 games. I just want to say this, that are launch window games, because this is when we started doing. This is when Nintendo started doing launch windows. So I just want to throw that out there. And that's it.
Oh man.
So, of course, I mean, look at that. Look at that beautiful hologram right here on the side. So sexy. I love the box art on this. It's just so nice, man. Reminds you of did you guys collect basketball, baseball cards, football
back
cards?
then, yeah, back then, yeah.
Yeah, when you
Yeah.
pulled a hologram card and you can, hold it to the light, and
Mhm.
it was the best. This is the best
You
feeling.
admire it. You turn
Yeah.
into to Smeagol, basically.
Yeah.
You keep you feel the card calling you for the weeks and months to come. You keep busting it out and just staring at it and touching it. Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, that takes me back. Just reading the portable funding color.
I
Dude,
know.
I stared at this box so long when I got it.
Same. Yep. Good memories, man. So Game & Watch Gallery 2.
Yep, didn't play that one.
Didn't play it.
Great box art.
Yeah, I love the box. It was great. I don't even remember seeing this at the store.
I believe I own it.
Nice. There
The
was
first
a few of them, right? I think they made a part
Yes.
3, maybe
Yeah,
a 4.
I'd have to look and see exactly which one, but I do have 1 or 2 of them.
So I'll bounce around. We had Game & Watch, and I will go with the launch titles first. Then we had Pocket Bomberman. Bomberman's been like a mainstay on Nintendo for
Yeah.
obviously decades.
Yep, played that one.
Even there was a Bomberman launch title for the Switch. For launch
Mm-hmm.
window, at least.
Yeah. Fun
That's one I
game.
never played. I never played that one.
Yeah, I love Bomberman on Super Nintendo with the multi-tap. Because when you rent Bomberman from the store, like when we'd rent it from Gamers, which is where we'd rent games from, it came with the multi-tap. Like you didn't have to pay extra to rent the multi-tap if you rent it Bomberman. So that was a great way to play 4 players back in the day. Centipede? Centipede.
Mm,
That was a launch title.
yep, I played it on there.
It's
Kind of wild, but I mean, I wanted it just because I played it in arcade already. I was like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. It's in my collection.
Yeah. It's a good one. Tetris DX.
I skipped DX. I played so much Tetris on the OG Game Boy that I was happy with the Tetris I had. Like I just never was needed.
Kind of in
this
the
one,
same thing. Like I remember seeing this at the store, and I'm like, "Oh, it's cool," but then it says, "Oh, original Tetris now in color." Dude, I don't need it in color, man. I can just pop it in my Game Boy Color right now. The OG, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't buy this either. I didn't feel there was a need for it. And again, you're operating on very limited funds at this age.
Well, yeah.
I
Yeah.
was
And like for my birthday, I'm not asking for a game that I technically already own, just not in color.
I picked it up, and I believe when I finally bought my Game Boy Color, which was my first Game Boy, I'm fairly certain I picked up Tetris DX and Mario Golf. Those were my first two.
Well, Mario Golf's amazing game. Camelot killed it.
Yeah, very RPG.
So the two games that were launch window games, of course, were Zelda. Zelda came out first, and then it was Mario Deluxe. Those came out within the first 6 months of the Game Boy Color. So
This looks like the OG Switch launch year right here that we're looking at. We got the Mario, we got the Zelda, we got the Bomberman. We didn't have Tetris at launch, but we had Snipper Clips, which was like your puzzler.
Right?
The Snipper Clips is good, man.
So good.
Snipper Clips is really good.
Especially if you are like a couple, you and your girlfriend or wife, like, oh, dude, Snipper Clips is a blast.
I think this is something we're going to probably notice, like as the weeks go on, is trends with the launch lineups. Like you just said, it looks like the Switch launch lineup. I think we're going to probably notice more as we go on, so that should be pretty fun. But Zelda, Link's Awakening DX, like I already love Link's Awakening, right? And to get it in color, and then the idea that there's another dungeon now.
Yeah,
This was the color dungeon. That was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the version of Link's Awakening I owned. Not the first one I played. I mean, the story goes back to when I was a bully on a bus and stole someone's Game Boy.
Yeah.
And had
Remember
Link's Awakening in it. And I took it home and I played it. And then I gave the Game Boy back the next day because I didn't want to get in too much trouble because I knew my mom was about to get a phone call from that person's mom. But I fell in love with Zelda then, and I kept asking for Link's Awakening. And my mom found out that what I did, you're not getting Link's Awakening. You're never getting Link's Awakening. I'm like, fuck. And then good old grandma, when I got the Game Boy Color, she's like, didn't you like Link's Awakening? There's this Game Boy Color version. I'm like, yes, that's what I want.
She read about it in your issue of Nintendo Power.
And so I didn't even get to beat Link's Awakening until I got this one version. So the DX version's great.
Yeah, this game was one of my favorite games for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And it was in my top 5 favorite Zeldas for a very long time. Until the Switch, it was in my top 5. No joke. It's a special game, and I really appreciated how weird the game is, and like the weird quirky characters that they incorporated, having like Mario and the Chain Chomp and all that cool stuff that we didn't see again in Zelda till Majora's Mask, where the series got kind of weird again. But yeah, absolutely adore this game.
Great soundtrack.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Wow.
One of those games I can hear it just looking at the box.
Oh, dude, I have the Ballad of the Windfish playing in my mind right now.
So good. It's so good.
Oh man, I couldn't believe that music was coming out of a Game Boy.
I always hear the town theme.
Oh, the town theme. Yep.
So good. Yeah, I mean, it was literally The Legend of Zelda in portable format. 100%. Like there was no shortcuts there. It was the full on Zelda experience, which was impressive. And then we got, now again, this was later. It was a launch window game, barely, but Super Mario Brothers Deluxe, which was actually really cool. And again, I gotta say the box art was pretty Pretty fire. Got you pretty hyped. And hey, let's not forget, wasn't this a transparent cartridge too?
It was.
I was, yeah.
Which made it cooler, of course, because if it's transparent, it's cooler.
Transparent cartridges were kick ass. It was just like, the colored cartridges for the Pokemon games. Like, nah, this is just special.
Yep.
Well, Zelda and Tetris are both black plastic.
That's right.
That's right.
That's
Yep.
right.
Yep.
Color cartridges were the best. Like, part of me is a little jealous of the Famicom because they're all colored cartridges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, that's awesome. I wish we had that.
Yeah, they're really cool.
Pretty much just straight gray with an occasional oddball.
I love the Famicom little floppies too.
Yeah.
Man,
So
those
cool.
things are so cool.
Yep. The only game I ever played with true floppy disks like that, besides at school, we had like these old school Apple Macs that had like the actual floppy ones that you could like bend in half.
Yeah. So that's what we had. We had the first Apple Macs.
Yeah, like the number munchers
At school.
and
Yeah.
Oregon Trail was on one of those.
Yeah, number munchers, word munchers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great time.
But the first one I played with had the ones that were similar to what the Famicom had. That was Return to Zork. I had like 16 of those things to get through that game.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, it's a huge game. I love Return to Zork, by the way. It's a very difficult game.
We had a guy that lived across the street. His name was Robert. And he had a Commodore 64. That was my first experience ever with a computer. And I didn't get to play it, obviously, because I was the youngest. And I was lucky to even be in their presence, as they would say. Lucky to even be invited to come over.
Sounds like what I would say to my sister when we're all outside playing cops and robbers with all the Nerf guns. And I'm like, you're lucky you even get to witness what's happening right now.
So we'd go over to his house and play Ninja Turtles, but like real life, not like the game.
Yeah. Of course.
His dad had like a wood shop, like a wood shed, and he would make weapons, like wooden swords that were like heavy duty, and we'd beat the crap out of each other. So yeah, I wasn't allowed to come over because they were afraid that if I knew about like their backyard fight club, that I would tell my mom, which I never did. I was all about it.
My dad straight up knew we were making weapons like that. He didn't care. He's like, dude, I did that shit all the time. What are you talking about? Have fun. Just make sure you don't grab the 2x4 to wrap, please. Don't do something you can kill someone with. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, we beat the crap out of each other, like big time growing up. It was fun.
Guys, you got to imagine what people would think today if they came over and they saw kids in the yard just beating the fuck out of each other. Like,
yeah,
people would be freaking out and calling the cops. Back then, it's like, whatever. Oh, I got a giant bruise on my leg. Yeah, see the other guy.
Yeah, it was bad. Like, I can't tell you how many times heads were cracked open, and we had to go, emergency room to get stitches immediately. But like, no one freaked out because it's like you knew exactly what to do.
I'm back out the next day doing it again. Like, whatever.
Yeah, that and like put on boxing gloves and just fight in the driveway.
We would use snow gloves because we didn't have boxing gloves.
Yeah, we did snow gloves. Yep.
It was a great time, like if today you saw someone doing that in the driveway.
So there was this one game that we did. Me, my neighbors, Eric, and some others got together in the neighborhood because we wanted to play baseball. But like the problem was they wouldn't let us actually use a real baseball because we'll break windows. Right? Yeah. We're gonna hit the ball too far and break windows in the neighborhood. And so they're like, so we're smart, right? We're like, well, okay, we don't have any wiffle balls. So what are we gonna use? You know what? We're gonna make our own ball that we can't actually hit far enough to get to a house. We put rocks in a pop can and then crushed it, and that was our ball. Dangerous awesome. That was. But we had shrapnel just flying on every hit. But dude, we were catching that shit barehanded and whipping it at first base.
Dude, that's so much fun.
Yeah, you go back inside. Why are your hands bleeding so much? Everyone's hands are bleeding, Mom. What's the problem?
Those were the good old days.
Oh man,
Those days that'll never happen again.
oh,
Only way
no.
that happens again is if we go back to like the old way of living and like all the power goes out. The only way it happens, I think, is in a grid down scenario. And I don't even want to talk about that. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's the only way I could ever see that kind of thing happening again.
Well, I kept thinking, like, what led to that? Because I'm like, I have kids. Like, would I let my kids? No, I wouldn't let my kids do half the fucking shit I did. But here's the thing: like, if they want to play baseball in the backyard, I'll just give them a wiffle ball. I kept remembering, like, what led to us being so ghetto with all this shit, and I'm like, I was poor, man. That's what it
money.
was. Everyone in the neighborhood was fucking poor. We didn't have anything. Like, we had to make do with shit we could find on the ground. Like, this is what we did.
I think it's a combo of that, but I also think from our generation, imaginations were, we had more opportunities to use our imagination for better, for worse.
Yep.
We other than sitting in front of the old CRT TV, we weren't really screen kids. We didn't have the iPods and iPads and iPhones and all that stuff for constant stimulation. So we had our brains to come up with weird shit to entertain us.
Plus on TV, the only time I wanted to watch was Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
For sure. Good times.
anyways,
Well, that wraps up week 1 of the Nintendo launch retrospective. So it's only going to get better from here.
yeah, and it won't always be the last topic. Might be one of the first ones next time.
Yeah.
Damn. That was awesome, Stash. I love this segment. It's just going to keep getting better and better.
Thanks. I had a good
Dude.
time, man.
Eric's going to be so mad because he's now. By the way, you notice the clips have been consistent. I don't know if you've noticed the last few days.
I did. I saw
I've
the views. I was
certainly
like, good
noticed.
Lord.
Eric is now in charge of it. He took charge.
Oh,
He's cutting all the
nice.
clips. So when you guys out there, Eric's not talking much. What does he contribute to the mother effer? He's basically running the clips channel right now. He's crushing it. Like he's even coming up with the titles and everything. I'm just doing the thumbnails and sending it live. So pretty awesome. Thank you, Eric, by the way, when you do this clip. I really do appreciate it. He's gonna be so mad he missed the NES and Game Boy stuff because this is like, it's not his favorite era, but he's got a lot of memory. He played some games I didn't, and oh man. All right, let's just get to the Q&A quick. We actually don't have that many in here, which is perfect. But we'll just rush through them here because we're a little late here. Demonic Brawler says, if Nintendo doesn't do a February Direct for whatever reason, what are the odds they instead do a Direct in the first 2 weeks of March? I think for me, it's just March 10th, man. Like I can see them doing some sort of Mario dedicated Direct or something for the anniversary.
Or they might do a Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Yeah. They have a lot in there. The preview showed they added a lot of stuff. Like they probably got enough to do a dedicated Direct. Anyone else think it's possible to have any sort of Direct in the first 2 weeks of March if it's not this month?
Outside of maybe a Mario drop or an indie, I just don't see them doing, at least on a normal Direct. No, I think it goes right to April 2nd. They can announce Switch stuff there.
I think they're gonna have a Direct every month. I think we're just gonna have Directs every month,
Yeah.
every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks, we're getting 24 Directs. You heard it here first. Josh, what about you?
Yeah, I maybe something small for Mario Day, but I think it's too close to that April 2nd at that point.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'm not opposed to March in the first 2 weeks. I think March 10th, that would be a good day. But again, this could be a Twitter Direct. We got to keep that in mind. So this might not be your traditional Direct.
Yeah.
We need Metroid Prime 2 and 3 to be announced in some fashion.
They can even do it on Twitter. I don't even care, but come on.
I don't care either.
Yeah, just get it out of the way, please. Rollins says, okay, Nintendo, I hate to break it to you, but I'm not buying a Wii U just to play Wind Waker HD. So just bring it over already. Yes. Wind Waker HD. I mean, even Twilight Princess, although I would like a from the ground remake for that one. If you're not going to do that, give us the HD version, please. Let's see. I don't think there's anybody who doesn't want those games to come over. Let's see here. Demonic Brawler, obviously. We wake up tomorrow, Nintendo drops 15 tweets. Twitter Direct, baby. You remember Nintendo's done a few of those over the years. Twitter Directs, where it's just like, why are we getting like a tweet every half hour with like big announcements? What is going on? You never know. Nintendo's strange. Now, a lot of that was the Iwata era for that stuff, but still, you never know.
Dude, gotta miss those Iwata era directs.
Oh yeah,
They were
Puppets and
so Demonic Brawl, this is the last one he had. He just wanted to chime in on the NSO stuff and just say, keep your gold coins and give me all new everything. There you go. Revamp the whole damn system, baby. That's fine. Especially, I'm all for it. If that involves revamping the entire eShop, please. Please. I swear, if it's the same eShop with no revamps, like you're going to have all the Switch 1 games and they're fine. But I mean, come on. There's no discovery. There's no rankings. There's no way to really filter a lot of stuff. You know, you go to the sales page and it doesn't even eliminate the games you already bought. So like you sort of just scroll down and see like I already bought these games. Why are they on the list? Just to remind me that I bought it last week and could have saved $10 if I bought it this week. Thanks. Make me feel bad about it. Damn. I don't want to know that it's on sale. I'm good. Boomany did $5 saying a question that has never been asked ever. Do you think an Ocarina of Time remake is in our future? If so, when will the very first reveal or teaser take place? It's a big one.
very big one.
I'm going to say I do think a remake happens someday because it's such a big and important game that's popular. And if remade could appeal to that new Zelda audience they've been getting with could appeal in like a way Skyward Sword HD and stuff was never going to appeal to the new Zelda fan base they built with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But like the big question is always just like when. Like I've done videos on this as is Andres Restart and others about how Aonuma has been kind of teasing this for a couple of years now that they're either working on it or thinking about doing it because he was literally asked directly. Aonuma was asked directly, like in an interview about an Ocarina of Time remake. And he could have shut it down, and he didn't. He laughed and basically said, next question. He's like, I'm not touching that right now. I could. And the thing is, in that same interview, he was asked about another remake of a Zelda game, and he said, no, we're not doing that. So he could have said no to Ocarina of Time, but he didn't. So it's kind of like, oh, shit.
yeah, and he's pretty good about saying no to things that, you know, clearly aren't being discussed or happening behind the scenes.
Or going on stage at a Zelda concert and saying, you guys want Skyward Sword HD, right?
Yeah.
Nintendo the next day, we're not making Skyward Sword HD. But, well, he willed it into existence, or he either put the pressure on you that you have to. So,
Yeah.
Either way, he made it happen. So Aonuma is like, if you pay attention, he teases a lot of the remakes, remasters, and ports.
Yeah.
He does a lot of that teasing in the interviews and all this stuff. If you guys actually pay it, so there's a lot, and he's done a lot of teasing of Ocarina of Time. So there's actually a lot of evidence that a remake or something is coming. The question obviously is when, because I think it'll be a Switch 2 game. I don't think it's a Switch 1.
No, Switch 2 for
Switch
sure.
2.
It'll be too big. It could sell systems.
I think by the end of next year, the latest, even possibly a tease this year. I think if we don't get a reveal, I'm not saying it's going to launch this year or release next year, just revealed. I think if it doesn't reveal by the end of next year, it's probably not in the cards, at least not for a long, long time.
Yeah,
but I think there's a possibility this could have been something that's been in development behind the scenes going on for quite a while.
Yeah, could be just about a small portion of the Zelda team doing it. They maybe added more at the end of Tears of the Kingdom to kind of get it going a bit before they kicked off the next game. And Aonuma was probably directly involved because he was a huge part of the first game. So my thought process, and this is one that a lot of Zelda fans have kind of come to terms with, if this is a thing, kind of might make sense to drop it somewhere near the Zelda movie. Depending on what direction the Zelda movie is going in. And Aonuma would know, because Aonuma would probably have a little bit of say in the Zelda movie, even though Miyamoto is the one spearheading it. So I feel like it could be teased as soon as April 2nd. Could. It's possible. But that's only going to be if it's coming out in the next year. Or at least the 2026 game. At least the 2026 game. And it'll be interesting to see if that is the case, because I think it's more likely we see this than a Twilight Princess remake, because there's been nothing. He hasn't hinted at anything on Twilight Princess, so yeah, it could be as soon as April 2nd. Do I think that's when they're going to do it? I don't know. I feel like if it's going to be an early life game, which I think makes a lot of sense, to do early life. Either this year or next year, they might. My expectation is, if it is a real thing and coming, the September Direct. They wait for the September Direct for 2026. Tease it as a huge, massive game for next year.
Dude, I swear to God, if they tease Ocarina of Time Next Gen Remake at the April 2nd Direct, it's going to break the internet. People are going to lose their, because Nintendo, they always be like, oh, we're just focusing on this year, but they always sprinkle in like 3 or 4 games that are, the following year with no proper window.
I mean,
dude, it would just break everything.
I was about to say they can't do it in the same one that I had a 3D Mario and Mario Kart. Then I think back to January 17 and I go, yeah, right. They can. Yeah, they can. They did it then.
Well, dude, like, people's reactions to the Tears of the Kingdom teaser, when it wasn't like clear, like, what is this? Is this Breath of the Wild DLC? And like Breath of the Wild just wrapped up. Like, no one saw a sequel announcement coming like that.
Hair looks different. What's that big woolly mammoth thing they're riding on? What is this? Yeah. I remember I just sitting there on my lap, like, what is this? Like, DLC? This is insane. Like, they put years into DLC. And then they said a sequel. I'm like,
yeah,
no fucking way. Twilight Princess moment, a fucking sequel. No one thought a sequel was coming same generation.
Yeah.
Oh, especially 2019, because you hear about, like, this is 2 years after Breath of the Wild. You're like, oh shit, this is coming soon. Okay, well, it didn't come so soon, but should know better. It's a 3D Zelda game. They tease it like 3-4 years ahead of time.
Yep.
I'll just say I think we get the remake within the first 3 years. So it's either, this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at 3 years as in from 2025 to 2028.
Okay.
It could be it could be the first Zelda game on Switch 2. It could come out in 2026 for the 40th anniversary of Zelda. It could come out in 2027 for the movie. And it could come out in 2028 for the 30th anniversary of Ocarina of Time.
Yep. All possible. I'm going to say the 3-year window is more this year, 2026, 2027, because maybe it's wishful thinking, but I think the next big 3D Zelda comes out in 2028. I might be wishful thinking on that, but
remember, when it comes to modern 3D Zelda games, you have to leave room for 2 to 3 delays. You have to, because when was the last time one wasn't delayed?
We're talking about Ocarina of Time. They could tease the new 3D Zelda this year.
Yeah, that's true.
Like they literally could, and it's still not coming out for 3 years. So we'll see. Just please, if you do tease the new 3D Zelda this year, make sure you show something. Don't make it like the Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS or the Metroid Prime 4 thing where it was just logos and neither game had really even started development. Don't do that. No. Those are not the kind of reveals we want, Nintendo. I thought you learned after the Smash Bros. One when they asked Sakurai and he said, it was news to me we're even making them. I'm like, wait a second. He didn't even know before you announced it. He's the director. What are we doing?
Yeah.
And then the Metroid Prime 4 one, obviously, it wasn't like they were going to begin development. It's like, how about we don't announce games before they're actually being made? All right. That being said, the Zelda game, the new 3D Zelda is obviously in development at this point. So it's like, could they drop some sort of teaser? Yeah, they could. It'll be something small. It's not going to be like the 2014, where they showed the world, because the world probably isn't ready to be shown at this point. But it could be something. It could be.
I already gave them the perfect teaser. I already gave it to them. They just got to make it.
I'm thinking more like the 2019 teaser for Tears of the Kingdom. Like, they didn't show a ton there, but it was enough. It was.
I don't think they'll do that again for the new Zelda, or like when they teased Breath of the Wild, they were kind of desperate with the Wii U, and
that was a gnarly tease, though.
They didn't know if the Switch was to be successful, and they showed Metroid Prime 4. So they were more like desperate to show, like, hey, we have these games coming. I don't think they need to do that with the Switch too.
The Prime 4 thing might have been because the last two Metroid games were Federation Force, and then we're remaking Samus Returns. It's like, okay, are we getting a new Metroid? Yeah, Metroid Prime 4, it's coming. Okay. 2025. We didn't know it was 8 years back then that we were going to be waiting for that game. Oh, jeez. Anyways, obviously, Ocarina of Time remake. I hope it's real. I hope these teases by Aonuma pay off like all his other teases. And it happens. I mean, tease the Link's Awakening remake. So yeah, let's go. I believe. I believe in Joe Hendry. Sorry, that just popped in my mind because that shit keeps popping up my YouTube feed. You don't know what that is. NXT wrestler has a song when he enters that's just, I believe in Joe Hendry. Oh, man. It's just, if you guys ever watch anything wrestling, sometimes the entry music just sticks.
Oh, yeah.
Karkun had to give it up for Thunderstash Gaming, counting down to the Switch 2 presentation with a PowerPoint presentation like no one. YouTube viewer pleased.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Glad you liked it.
The moment that he introduced this idea to the whole crew, and I was reading it because I was a little bit behind because I had a really busy day today, I'm like, dude, this is awesome. Like, guys, the collaboration on the topics today, it was insane. We got a good crew here. If this is what it is right now, we haven't even gotten to the Switch 2 era, so damn, it's going to be great. And then we just had a $1 super chat coming in from Tucker Smith. Thank you so much for that support. All right. I want to thank everyone for being here. Let's go ahead and go around the room and put our names back on the screen here. And let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. Let us begin with our guests, N64 Josh.
Yeah, I'm N64 Josh everywhere. I've been doing, as of recent, a daily like Nintendo news show at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific.
I've been tuning in.
Yeah, I've been seeing you periodically. It's been a lot of fun. We're just kind of covering some news bites and then doing like picking a topic every day. And so we did something similar today. I went through the first 2 years of the Switch's launch and kind of compared and with just exclusive titles, and Vroom in the Night Sky was on that first year's list of exclusive games. So that was a little shocking to see, honestly, but what an insane first 2 years. So, but yeah, the shows have been lasting about an hour. They're very, very community focused, getting people's voices heard, and been having a ton of fun with that. So other than that, that's been my main content as of recent. So just going hard there.
Awesome. John Ebo.
Yeah, I'm John Ebo everywhere: Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. Communication Error Podcast with Cheesy C64, and I also am on Nintendo Powercast with Josh, and maybe Sunday, right? Episode 500.
Yeah, episode 500, the beginning of the 8th season.
Wow.
So,
hell yeah,
yeah. 2 p.m. Eastern is when we're shooting for. So,
Me personally, I'm doing taxes right now, so I'm not doing a ton of stuff. I'm not making a lot of content, but I am trying to keep up with shorts, and I don't make many long form videos because I'm lazy, don't feel like editing. But I do like shorts. They don't take me long.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We got Gamebird Classic.
I'm Gamebird Classic, celebrity co-host of the Nintenbyte Podcast, greatest Nintendo podcast in at least 5 countries. And you guys could find me at Gamebird Classic on YouTube. I do Nintendo content. I also do interesting little skits and little comedy Nintendo related bits. Definitely check out my channel. I just dropped a Zelda video. We talked Ocarina of Time today and Zelda today. Basically discussing the ultimate Zelda debate right now, which is traditional Zelda versus the new modern open air Zelda. Which style is better? And what do I think Nintendo's going to do with the series going forward? Do I think they're going to continue to lean into that open air, maybe do a deeper hybrid mix of the two, or kind of fall back into the traditional styles? Check it out. Really fun video. And I love to hear people's thoughts. As a huge Zelda fan, I love hearing what people prefer and why. And I kind of want to do, just want to pitch this out here. I kind of want to get together like 2 traditional side people, 2 modern side people, and kind of duke it out in a fun, friendly way on the channel if anyone's ever interested in that.
That'd be fun.
I will try to keep that in mind.
I can be
There
your
is a correct
traditionalist,
answer.
or
There is a
your
correct answer.
your old head.
And that's not the correct answer. So
I'll probably go with the modern era.
yeah.
Even though Zelda 2 is my 3rd favorite Zelda game. But it's because the other 2 modern ones are in front of it. So, Thunderstash.
Yep, you can find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming. Everywhere else as that as well. And then on Twitter as Thunderstash_YT. And it's that because someone already had Thunderstash Gaming, apparently.
Beat them up.
Sue them.
Yeah, couldn't make it happen there. So that's how you find me. Twitter's where I usually hang out. I don't hang out anywhere else on social media. I don't want to. I just like to be on Twitter. That's it. That's all I got time for. Good conversations there. For what I'm working on, so I got a retro game review that I'm working on. It's a game that is hard to believe. I'm not going to say what it is, but it's 30 years old now, which makes me sick. Outside of that, I have some game accessories, of course. We talked about it earlier that I'm working on. I have one that actually just finished editing earlier today. That'll go up tomorrow. And then I got the BenQ GR10 coming. And I have I think 3 or 4 other accessories coming. I have a list. And yeah, it's gonna be hot and heavy. Because I wanna attack the backlog too, right? There's just Switch 2 is gonna be here before we know it. So I'm just trying to get my ducks in a row and make sure that, of course, my body is ready.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm Nintendo Prime. I do daily news content on Nintendo. Lots of Switch 2 stuff. Sometimes we get away from that. Kind of just depends on what the news is. The news is right now pretty scarce. It's been pretty scarce with Nintendo for a bit. Although today we did have the previews for Xenoblade Chronicles X, but I already didn't really get a chance to make a video on it. Tomorrow might be hearing about April for a potential release if I can't find anything else to make a video on. You might see Thunderstash appear in there. There might be a clip of him talking about it because I'm not going to show the email, obviously. Yeah. That being said, the biggest thing I like to advertise, though, isn't my channel. It is the Nintenbyte Podcast Clips channel. As I stated earlier in the show, Eric is now like the go to the channel. He's making sure the clips are getting done. And his goal is to try to do it while he's at work the day after. There's some downtime sometimes between his IT calls. But that being said, You guys should check out that channel. The last few clips have been crushing it. I always end up sharing them over on my community post section on my main channel just to kind of give it a little bit more attention. And literally, they've been crushing. I mean, the one from a couple days ago has like 8,000 plus views, doing better than some of the videos on my own channel. So it's also a great way if you are listening now and you missed a lot of the podcast. It's a great way to get the sections you only care about, because timestamps will pop up from a certain user, tomorrow after the show. And it's awesome. And it actually helps Eric make all his cuts and stuff. But I have to say that I know we run a very long show. So not everyone's interested in every topic. So what's great about that channel is you get that 40-minute, that hour-long topic, just that. And you can go watch that and enjoy just what you want. And that's a great way to also ingest the podcast without having to dedicate 3-4 hours to your listening time, because not everyone's doing 3-4 hours of listening time. Although I have seen a few people, and you might be in the chat right now, you appreciate the long podcast because you're listening to it while you work. I get that. It's nice to have, because I used to work in a motherboard manufacturing factory, and they would let us listen to stuff. And the worst part is when you're working, you got to keep changing what you're listening to.
Yep.
It sucks that everything's only like 10 minutes long, or a half hour, or even like an hour radio talk thing. It's like, okay, but now I got to find something else, and I can't really waste a lot of time finding things. So hey, half your shift done with one show. There you go. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back same time next week. I think we only have one guest next week, and that is Nintendo Land. Nice to have him coming back on. Gonna be a fun episode, and he's gonna get to partake in part 2 of our retrospective of launch games for Nintendo. So tune in next week, guys. Catch you later. As I'm pulling my outro. Where's the outro? There it is.